snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays.
Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself.
The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Heads, tails. Head. It's heads.
Welcome everyone to the Last Chance Saloon, otherwise known as Leicester's Mattioli Arena. Today and tomorrow,
The first frame, Zhang Anda to break.
Around the world will be hosting Group 7 of the BetVictor Championship League. It represents the last opportunity to secure a place in next month's winners group, so competition is bound to be fierce. Now I'm afraid, if you're expecting to see Zhao Zintong in action today, you are going to be a little disappointed. The world champion, beaten by Wu Yize in last night's Group 6 final, has pulled out for medical reasons. But this remains a very attractive, seemingly wide-open group, which kicks off on table 2 with an all-Chinese affair between Lei Peifan and Zhang Anda. As for table 1, we're concentrating on a Championship League stalwart, Ryan Day from Wales, making his entry into the tournament this year against England's Jack Lisowski. So, without further ado, let's get the balls rolling.
Okay. First frame. And then break.
Joining me in commentary for this one is Dominic Dale. And Dom, I'll tell you what, if Ryan Day doesn't do well here, he can't complain about a lack of Championship League experience.
No, indeed. Very good morning, everybody. Ryan Day, very, very experienced player. 4 times a ranking event winner. Been in 9 ranking event finals. 45 years of age now. Jack Lisowski, 14 years. Well, 11 years his junior, 34 years old. And that's a great start, isn't it? And the cue ball coming in and out of bulk. He's already in here first in this opening frame of the day.
Well, there's no doubt that Lisowski has pinned his colours to the mast. He did so in the previous group, just playing very, very attacking snooker.
5.
If it comes off, great. If not, he's vulnerable. Finished 5th in Group 6 by the odd frame. Just sneaked in. But of course, if he starts to absolutely buzz,
6.
the rest can watch out.
Lovely, crisp strike of the cue ball there. Jack Lisowski, for me, possesses one of the finest cue actions in the game. He's basically really a left-handed version of Ronnie. Beautifully fluent. One of the most gifted players you could ever wish to see in snooker, it has to be said. I'm surprised he's only won 1 major, but thank goodness he finally did win his first major at the Northern Ireland Trophy in Belfast just a couple of months or so ago. Because previously he'd been in 6 other finals and lost them all.
The pink spot is occupied, so it has to go closest its own spot in a direct line towards the black, because all of the other spots are occupied. Asking a lot, and it was quite some way away. This is their 6th meeting in the Championship League. Lisowski's won 4 of the previous 5, although 3 of them only by a 3-2 scoreline. The last time they played in this tournament was in 2023, and it was Day who prevailed 3-1.
Yeah, Jack leads the overall head-to-head, 8 matches to 2. But I think, you know, the way these tables play and the speed of the cloth and everything will probably suit Ryan. Well, it'll suit both of them because they're both very similar players. They're both very, very attacking. Jack perhaps even more than Ryan these days, but whenever these two play, I'm always expecting quite a close match. Ryan Day from Pontycuma in Bridgend. Player I spent many, many years practicing with, so I know Ryan's game inside and out. I was just about to say one of the best potters of a ball I've ever seen, and he really is, but that one's gone astray.
Yeah, surprising this, the kind of ball you might miss in the opening frame before the arm is loosened up. Of course, Dom, your careers are interlinked, aren't they, you and Ryan, because it was he who you beat in the Shanghai Masters final. I remember he built quite a reasonable first session lead, and then in the second session he didn't win another frame.
Yeah, it was an extraordinary situation, really. I was 6-2 down at one stage, won the final frame of the afternoon session to be 6-3 behind going into evening session. As you say, I won every frame to win 10-6, but the extraordinary thing was, Phil, I was actually practicing with Ryan the day before we flew out to Shanghai. Little did we know we'd play each other in the final, of course. But I was actually 6-3 behind to Ryan in practice and won 9-8, so who knows, that could have been in Ryan's head because he played incredibly well in the afternoon session. I just couldn't live with his scoring. Conversely, in the evening, he really struggled, and which was a surprise to me.
Yeah, what I remember about that match is that certainly in the second session, conditions were quite heavy, weren't they? But you coped really well.
Yes, it was the inaugural Shanghai Masters, and actually the very first time we'd played on the star table, which we play in most ranking events with. And conditions were very heavy. It was so humid, you couldn't screw back very far, certainly not from distance, and the bed of the table was so slow because of the humidity. It was quite a challenge.
So 2 world ranking titles for Dominic Dale, World Grand Prix, or shall I say the Grand Prix, and the Shanghai Masters. Other titles as well, so it was a really good career, Dom. Something to be proud of.
Oh, thank you very much, Phil. Yeah, I'm glad I've left my mark on the sport, because the standard of play these days is incredibly high, and I'm just proud, really, more than anything, to have remained on the tour for the entire 33 years of my career. And you know, I retired while I was still on the tour. Just didn't want to play in 20 tournaments anymore, because you couldn't get away these days with practicing an hour and a half a day. You've got to be playing 3 or 4 hours a day to compete with the standard of play that we see today amongst so many players.
And you've still got the distinction, I think you'll keep this for quite some time, maybe forever, of being the only player to win 2 world ranking titles and never to be officially inside the top 16.
Yes, we have a very different ranking system these days. It's updated multiple times throughout the season, whereas in the old days, your ranking was only officially updated once the World Championship was over. So during the season, I was in the 16 many times, but at the end of the World Championships, when your ranking actually officially counted, I wasn't. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, so they say, Jack Lisowski just needs this red and any colour to win this first frame rather comfortably.
47. 54.
It's amazing how this sport's progressed since I turned pro in 1992. The standard of the play, the opportunities these days that players have. Back in my day, there were 8 or 9 tournaments, something like that. Now there are probably 29.
So the break ends at 54, but the frame doesn't end. Lisowski, 66 points ahead, 59 on, a couple of snookers needed. I can tell you the first frame is effectively in the books on the other table. Lepe Fan, with a break of 88, has just won it, actually, against Zhang Anda.
Ryan will try to pot 2 of the remaining 3 reds. Leave just 1 of the reds on the table with which to try to get a free ball from. But that red by the blue would be favourite to be left. So if Ryan can pop this to the centre, it will free up the one next to it. And in that goes, so still chances here for Ryan.
Yeah, the first frame this morning, not dissimilar to the last frame last night. If you weren't with us, the Group 6 final, well, it's concluded in drama. Basically, Wu Yizi was 2-1 up. He potted 10 reds, 10 blacks to start the 4th frame. So you think, well, he's won now, 3-1. Of course, chasing a 1-4-7, he went for a red he shouldn't have, missed it. And Zhao Xintong, rather than conceding, came back to the table. He needed 4 snookers. He got 3 of them. He almost obtained a free ball as well. Then Wu Yizi had to make a really good escape, hitting a red that was adjacent to the green ball.
24.
And in the end, Wu was mightily relieved to get over the line 3-1.
I think Ryan was mildly astonished there that that cue ball ran all the way up into bulk. The closer that cue ball would have been to the remaining red, the easier it would have been to get him behind the blue and control the red. He did well there. But had that cue ball been closer to the red, I think he could have placed that red closer to probably the black, and the snooker would have been a much more difficult one to escape from.
When is a fluke not a fluke? When you don't want it to go in. Wanted to keep the red on the table for free ball purposes.
On the flip side of the coin, he was fortunate in trying to get behind the black. He missed as that part of the shot so badly. He was actually on the black, so he still only needs 2 snookers.
Round 8.
Well, it would have been a cardinal sin to miss the yellow completely, and Lisowski made the thinnest of contacts. In all the frames I've commentated upon, Ryan Day had the greatest escape. Needed 4 snookers in his semi-final of the World Grand Prix against Marco Fu in 1 frame, and he won the frame. So this is a mere bagatelle, needing 2. I think from Day's body language he was getting ready to concede there, but the yellow ran on more than he thought.
It's just an observation, and things can change during the course of play today, but at the moment I would suggest that the cushions are playing very quickly. There's a lightning fast bedcloth, so it's not going to be easy to control the cue ball well here for the players at the moment. But you know, you can just brush an iron a table and amazingly it can just change the speed of the cushions in literally moments. Sometimes cleaning the cue ball can help, but at the moment these cushions are very lively.
Battling hard should be a simple escape, mind you.
They're in good positions, these colours, to try to get snookers behind. Blue, pink and black all fairly close to one another. It's looking good again to being a snooker. Probably swervable.
Anxious moment there as the green went towards the middle pocket. So now 3 snookers required. This time Ryan Day has had enough, primarily because of a break of 54. Jack Lisowski wins the opening frame of the day here on table 1. The action on table 2 is a little quicker, and Lepe Fan off like a greyhound. Break of 88 in the first frame, and nicely positioned in the second. This is the man, of course, who created such a big upset on day 1 of the World Championship last year when he beat Kyron Wilson.
Oh, what a match that was as well. Incredible. He's a very capable player, Lepe Fan. He's a very natural player.
16.
Again, he's one of these players that has an extraordinary bridge hand. If you look at the position of his little finger, how on earth does he spread that at nearly 90 degrees to the rest of his fingers? It's an impossibility.
Bit like a sort of live long and prosper thing on Star Trek, and he was certainly prospering at the Scottish Open last year when he won that. Yeah, much improved player, Lepe Fan. I think what's extraordinary about these two in terms of head-to-heads, not just who's won them, but the fact that they've played so many times over the years, they've never played a match in excess of best of 7. Obviously that's a commentary on the current format within snooker. Never even a best of 9, let alone a multi-session match. Well, look, having a chat beforehand about cues. Players always looking for a little edge. The grass sometimes always a little greener on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, incredible. It's all very friendly. Bit of the old pals act here, isn't it? The Championship League. Very convivial atmosphere. If I were Ryan Day, I'd be saying, Jack, your cue's making a funny noise. Is something wrong with your tip or something?
Yeah, there are pre-match things you can say to an opponent. I remember once I played a league match and my opponent said to me, do you, when you get down, look at the object ball or the cue ball? And my head was in a jam jar.
When the professional game went open in 1991, when we went from, I don't know, 60, 70 professionals to 700-800 professionals when the game went open, you could literally just pay money and be a professional snooker player. That's how it was, as Jack misses that very makeable red, which would have really got him in. Of course, you needed a lot more referees then as well, and a lot of amateur referees became professional referees. And I remember one Welsh referee from Ammanford Way, Alan Shankland. Now, I knew him as an amateur player. He refereed lots of my amateur matches. And I was about to play somebody, and he asked me, he said, who are you playing today, Dominic? Oh, I've got, XYZ player. Oh, I refereed him yesterday. He played really well. He made 2 centuries, an 80 and a 70. Well, of course, I'm just about to play him, and that's the last thing I want to hear. So you always have to be careful when you play professional matches who you speak to. Ryan will be pleased that the black is available into the left corner, but the problem is getting onto it. The 2 reds just to the right of the black, prohibiting Ryan from playing for it at the moment, but the pink is on as well. But it's not a good opportunity yet until Ryan can somehow work out a way to get rid of some of those reds that are blocking the black a little.
9.
He hasn't finished nicely here, really. He may decide to take a bit of a risk here, to cannon one of those reds to remain on the black. Oh, do you know, he was very fortunate there. He didn't intend to be on that red the way he was, but he had a natural angle to just cannon that red away from the black to be on it. And what a bonus that could be for Ryan Day.
Day and Lisowski are quite similar in many respects, both attacking players, and both have held the unwanted title of being regarded as the best player in the game yet to win a ranking title. Obviously, that monkey has been taken off the back of both now.
18.
But before Lisowski, Day was in that position.
Well, I'm going to test my knowledge here, because I think when I played Ryan in the Shanghai Masters final, it was Ryan's 4th ranking event final.
20.
And when I beat him, he'd lost all 4 then.
Yeah, he made his first final of a ranking event at the Malta Cup in 2007, and he didn't win one until the Riga Masters in Latvia a decade later.
21.
Who did he beat there? Was it Stephen Maguire?
It was. The biggest tournament he's won, the 2022 British Open, and it was in remarkable circumstances. He beat Robbie Williams in the semi-final. It was such a terrible match, you can't believe. Both so far below their best. And Day came up against Mark Allen in the final. Allen was playing some wonderful stuff in that tournament, and you thought it was a foregone conclusion. What happened? Day improved out of all proportion and won.
I remember a match at the World Championships many years ago. Ryan was playing John Higgins. I think he was either 12-9 or 12-10 ahead, and overstretched, potting a red to this same right corner, actually. I think it was a red just below the pink, and he missed it.
36.
Just overstretching, and he lost the frame and ended up losing 13-12. While I was in the dressing room, Ryan's dressing room, with his parents, And he's walked in and just nonchalantly put the case down on the table, nonchalantly opened the case, picked out the mini butt, the little 6-inch mini butt which you should screw into the cue when you are stretching, which Ryan didn't do, and he almost shook it in my face and shouted, "Do you mind telling me what this is for?" Frightened me to death.
43.
Because he's a big lump, old Ryan. I mean, he's about 5 feet 14.
Yeah, the losing dressing rooms at the Crucible. Not nice places to be.
51.
Now, he potted that red, but he didn't hit it well. That's why he's not ideal on this black.
I love the famous Crucible Theatre dressing rooms. If you're a big fan of the 70s comedy show Porridge, I love Porridge, Ronnie Barker, Richard Beckinsale. The dressing rooms at the World Championships in the Crucible Theatre are not dissimilar to the prison cells in Porridge.
Well, clearly this morning, Ryan Day's had his porridge. He's looking okay in this frame. The pink was frame ball, 61 ahead. This red will definitely wrap it up to equalise.
66.
Ryan Day currently world number 35, but in terms of scoring, a little higher than that in the pecking order.
Ryan Day, 68.
And with a break of 68, he quickly wins the second frame. The first two have been shared. Now, talking about quick, what about the progress of Lei Pei Fan? 2-0 ahead in no time. Breaks of 88 and 67. Zhang Anda yet to pot a ball.
Amazing, isn't it? It's never easy when you compete in a group, don't win the group and have to come back the next day to start all over again. But this is a great start, isn't it, by Lei Pei Fan? As I say, a very natural cueist. Very capable player, ranking event winner, of course. I'm sure all these Chinese players know one another's game intimately, really. They probably practice together all the time at the various academies around Sheffield.
We've seen so many groups over the years in the Championship League. Now, a tournament that's 18 years old, began in 2008. Getting off to a good start is not imperative, but it really helps as Lisowski just about catches the paint on that red.
Jack Lisowski these last couple of years has spent a lot of time in the gym. Does a lot of heavy weights. Body's changed dramatically. Something I used to do when I was a similar age as well. But to be honest, I wouldn't advocate it because snooker is such a game of touch and feel, and obviously if you're doing heavy weights frequently, it can affect things a little.
The only time I was ever involved with the gym over the years was when I was commentating with Jim White. JYM is an unusual alien concept to me.
Jim White, one of the great Canadian players. The nicest guy you could ever wish to meet, and I love Jim's commentary.
Yeah, not just on snooker either, also on pool. Now got a club in Toronto that's doing really well called the Corner Bank.
Wow.
Yeah, Jim White was a World Championship quarter-finalist 12 years apart, 1980 and 1992. Oh. Bowled that, but to no avail in the end.
Six.
Not quite enough right-hand side on the cue ball there to get into the pack of reds. Oh, that's a nice little flick off the blue for Ryan Day. It's kept the cue ball in bulk behind the green. That's handy.
Well, when professionals go for pots, they either knock them in or, on the overwhelming majority of occasions, rattle them in the jaws. That did not hit the jaw. It hit the cushion. Far too full. And now, after that really good pot, this is a promising visit for Day.
Yes, it's nicely on the blue, just a hole for red to the left corner. The black is available. And this all of a sudden is a great chance, but it's a super red to get in with.
6.
But do you see how fast this cloth is? It is like lightning. I'm sure Ryan thought when he played the shot you'd be nicely on the black, but that cue ball just kept on running. I can't even call that a mistake from Ryan. It's just a misjudgment. I think he played the shot exactly as intended. But my goodness me, how quick is this cloth?
Right.
Yeah, I think in the lengthy history of the Championship League, Group 6 will go down as the best in terms of standard. We had 3 147s and a total of 34 centuries. One of the reasons the guys can pot balls like that, they are simply brilliant. Another reason, conditions have been so conducive to scoring, but of course Day isn't yet used to the table, and that's why he fell foul.
Well, this time it's Jack Lisowski's turn to make a positional mistake. Is there something that still pots? Is there something that will pot into the green pocket? It did go, and what a clever positional shot that was to force the cue ball through the reds for the black. Now can he cannon the red just above and to the left of the black? Yes, he can, and that's just about perfect. This was a great red though. I don't think initially he thought it would go, but cleverly played the cue ball through a number of reds and the pink there. And now it's he that has the chance to make a sizable break. to pull out good recovery pots. I think he was playing for the red closest to the black there, into the right corner, which he can play for now if it is available. Oh, wow, goodness me, that pink tried to go in. I think he just put it too high on the top jaw and the pace just kept it out.
Yeah, the middle pockets on these tables do not give you an awful lot. That's the case on the Pro Tour throughout the year. I think that's the biggest difference between these tables and club tables. The middle pockets, unforgiving.
Ryan was under pressure to knock that in. It wasn't an easy pot, but he knew if he could have made it, the frame could have been at his mercy. But it's Jack Lisowski gets another good opportunity here to finally win this third frame. Well, I wouldn't suggest he's in good position here on the black because of the way the reds are configured above it. He's had to play a soft stun there and leave the cue ball much further to the left of his next red,
24.
so as to be able to see enough of it to pot it. Just needs one decent positional shot. All four of these reds, well certainly three of them, will pot into the left corner. But with the lead that he has, he just needs any one of these remaining reds, and Ryan Day will require a snooker.
Again, it's fast and furious. 3 frames about to be completed in just over half an hour. That's been the trend throughout the week. Groups 5, 6 and presumably 7. All about breaks and attack. Lisowski looked at Ryan Day. There wasn't a century on, so he said, "Is that enough?" Day said, "Yes, it is." Jack Lisowski back in front at 2-1. And it's going to be 2-1. In fact, it is 2-1 on table 2 because Leipe Fan, after winning the first 2 frames without loss, has been defeated in the 3rd frame by Zhang Anda, who made a 40 break to start off with, then tidied up when he got a second chance. So Leipe Fan's lead 2-1. If you're just joining us, by the way, for the first time for this year's Invitational BetVictor Championship League, this is the last regulation group before the winners group takes place right here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester next month. So 6 players already qualified for the winners group. From early January, well, we had some really solid swords getting through. The likes of Tom Ford, Elliot Slesser, Serge Aouet, Matt Selt. As for this week, well, Mark Selby was magnificent in winning Group 5. Selby is the defending champion, by the way. He's trying to win the event for the third consecutive year. And then last night, Wu Yize booked his place in the winners' group.
I was wondering whether Ryan was taking the pot on there or playing a safety, because never for one moment did I think he could get onto the black from that red. It wasn't straight enough. Perhaps Ryan... Oh, that was a foul, was it not? An air shot. Well, it wasn't an air shot because that wouldn't be a foul. It's not like golf. He just fractionally moved the cue ball, but it didn't contact the black, and he's left this red on. And I expect Jack to knock this in. He's such a great potter. And Ryan Day can think himself lucky, and Jack hangs his head and not surprised, because I think he expected to knock that in, and it could have been passport to winning this frame, and with it the match.
So we played 12 group matches today. Another 9 tomorrow. Then at the end of those round-robin contests, we will know the top 4 players who will contest the semi-finals tomorrow evening. The one difference with this group to the previous 6, 5th means nothing. In the previous 6, if you finish 5th, you qualified for the following group. Finish 5th here, end of the line.
Do you know, I'd forgotten all about that. Of course, it makes no difference at all, does it, this time, finishing 5th? This is the final chance for all of these players here in this Group 7 to qualify for the winners' group, which will be played on February the 10th and the 11th. Two local Leicestershire players already in the winners' group, Tom Ford and Mark Selby.
Could be a useful exercise this over the last couple of days for Ryan Day before he goes to the German Masters. He awaits either Judd Trump or Kai-Wei Chung. Out in Berlin. If he catches a gear here, obviously that would boost confidence. Conversely though, if he was heavily defeated, struggling, that might have an adverse effect on his self-belief going to the German capital. He did well to qualify for Germany, did Ryan Day. Had to negotiate 2 rounds.
14.
Beat Ben Mertens, a really talented sword from Belgium, 5-2. Then he overcame Joe O'Connor, 5-3.
15.
Yeah, Joe O'Connor, very solid player. That was definitely a good win for Ryan. Because I'm sure Ryan, by his own admission, would agree with me when I say that he's not quite the player he was. The game's great for me, Ryan Day. 485 career centuries, 4 147s. 4 ranking titles to his name.
Yeah, hasn't earned enough points to make it to the World Grand Prix in Hong Kong, so after the German Masters he'll then prepare for his home tournament, the Welsh Open, where he takes on Bolshu Revesh in the first round. Revesh, the finest player Hungary has ever produced.
31.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Welsh Open. It takes place at the very end of February through to early March in Llandudno, North Wales. Lovely spot, lovely seaside resort there.
Well, Lisowski goes to Llandudno with a big incentive if he were to win the Welsh Open. He could quite easily qualify for the £150,000 Home Nations bonus, having won the Northern Ireland Open. In pole position to cash that massive cheque right now, though, is Mark Allen.
43.
Of course, a few years ago it was another Gloucestershire professional, Robert Milkins, who won that enormous bonus by winning the Welsh Open when he defeated Shaun Murphy in the final.
Well, getting off to a winning start in these groups is a bonus, and it looks as though Lisowski's going to do that.
50.
That tells us the red goes past the yellow.
55.
Yes, just needs, well, this blue
56.
and one more red to be safe in this match, and not the ideal start for Ryan Day, who will have to remain table side to take on his Welsh compatriot Jack Jones.
Unerring from Lisowski, 3 half centuries in the match, 3 frames won. Yes, and for Day, it's out of the frying pan into the fire, because while all of the 147 heroics were going on in Group 6, Jack Jones quietly played very nicely indeed, made the semi-finals and compiled 6 centuries. His game looks in pretty good shape.
Chance for century break. This red isn't on the right side of the table for a left-handed player, but
91.
Again, Jack Lisowski showing his ability to play with the opposite hand, but not quite well enough to pot the red.
Yeah, he's missed a few important ones right-handed over the years, is Jack. That wasn't important, apart from the fact he wanted to notch up yet another century. The main thing, though, the main objective has been achieved. Jack Lisowski starts the day on the plus side. He defeats Ryan Day by 3 frames to 1. As Dominic said, in around 5 minutes' time, Day will be back out there to take on Jack Jones, hoping for better fortunes.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Sharp makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Sharp has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing from my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
So the first game over on table 1 of Group 7 has been completed. Jack Lisowski with a 3-1 win over Ryan Day. This is table 2 we're just going to quickly dip into while we wait for the players to arrive on our feature table. 2024 Scottish Open champion Li Pei Fan off to a flyer against Zhang Anda, who of course has been involved and come through previous groups. Don't forget this, the final 2 days for all of these players involved to book their place into winners group. 6 players already through, just one more place to be found.
23.
Been a bit of a slow start for Zhang Anda. He didn't pot a ball in the first 2 frames, but he's finally got things moving here.
So don't forget, you can follow all the action live over on Table 2 on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But here on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, our players are ready. Ryan Day against fellow countryman, fellow Welshman, Jack Jones. And Dom, I suppose when you look at the schedule ahead of these groups, Ryan will have seen that he's got the 4 matches to play today, all 4 actually on our table here on table 1. And I suppose you can look at that as a good chance to really do some damage to the table and put yourself in a great position going into tomorrow. But of course, Ryan lost his opening game, so he'll want to put that right here.
Yeah, absolutely. He does lead the head-to-head over Jack Jones by 4 matches to 2, but I think on current form, though, you might put Jack as a favourite, because of course he's competed here, played in the group previously, made 6 centuries actually in group 6, and well, this is Ryan's first group, his only chance to actually win a group and take part in the finals group to be played in early February. But as you say, it's not the best start when you lose your first match to have to play a second match straight afterwards.
There's a number of players that when you think of the Championship League, you expect to see them involved. Another one would be Stuart Bingham that comes to mind, and Ryan would also be one of those people I put in that category. Somewhat of a stalwart of this event. But I suppose in the same breath, Jack Jones is somewhat of a scoring specialist in this event, Dom, after the ridiculous display last year, making a world record amount of century breaks. And as you say, I wonder just how much of an impact it will have, the fact that he did play in Group 6, Jack Jones. He knows exactly how the tables are playing.
Yeah, precisely. And he did make 6 centuries in the previous group, so, you know, he's a player in good form. He's still ranked 19 in the world, Jack Jones. 32 years of age now. Ryan Day, 45. He's such a solid player, Jack Jones, as well. He really is. He's a difficult player to get the better of, because psychologically he's very, very strong as well. Cwmbran in Torfaen in South Wales. Cwmbran actually translates as Valley of the Crow. Oh, Ryan's missed that by a long way. May have been fortunate, although there could be a chance of a cut back into the left corner here for Jack if he can see enough of the red.
Well, he could just cut the red back in. It was mighty thin, but played it nicely, actually. Able to just dig into the cue ball and grab hold of it to control the white somewhat. Got a chance at this yellow. Or the brown. Needs to do nothing with the cue ball with the red waiting over the left corner, so chance for Jack Jones to get himself going. Interestingly, Dom, you've mentioned their head-to-head, but specifically the 2 meetings they have had in the Championship League previously have both gone the way of Ryan Day. But I'm with you, I do see Jack Jones being the slight favourite for this match. But Ryan Day has got Jack's number.
Jack's somebody I've known for a long time. Of course, I've known Ryan for donkey's years. I used to practice with Ryan probably for 8 or 10 years. You can see in that camera shot there, the two reds below the pink are a dead set plant this left corner. Yet Jack is a very natural cue. He's very unusual in that his final pause before he strikes the cue ball is at the cue ball, and then he brings the cue back and then forward to strike the cue ball pretty much all in one motion, and that's quite unusual.
19. 20.
Probably played for the loose red there, Stephen, but he's got that plant that I mentioned, and if he can control the cannon to the pink, he should be okay, but there's no guarantee that he will.
Yeah, there wasn't all that much pressure on that positional shot, knowing that these reds are set to this left corner pocket. But he has just lost control of his cue ball fractionally there. Okay, he may still pop this black or the blue, but where does his next red come from? There's work to be done.
Done. 28.
Bold shot choice there to take the blue on. So, chance of Ryan, although there aren't many easily possible reds to go at. I want to ask you, Stephen, now that you're a main tour professional player, what's it like having to play in probably something like 20 professional events during the course of a season? Because that's a lot of tournaments to have to not only practice for, but arrange travel and all sorts of hotels, bookings and everything. It's very difficult to manage a career these days, isn't it?
It is, but as players you just want tournaments to play in, and you want opportunities to obviously win matches, earn money and all that goes with it. I have found the one thing I've struggled with this year, Dom, is qualifying for tournaments and then losing my game at the venue, because I feel that there's a lot of downtime spent travelling to events, and the byproduct of that when you lose early out there is you actually don't get a lot of time on the table, because there's a lot of time spent travelling and you don't feel as sharp. I've tend to felt a little bit rusty going into the next event, which of course is just on the horizon. The events come thick and fast, so that's something I'm trying to get better at, I suppose.
15.
But ultimately we just want to be playing, and the more tournaments the better. Travelling is part and parcel. I don't particularly mind it.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it, living out of a suitcase, really, these days. And I turned pro the rate of 10 tournaments. That was easy to manage, really, but I think it's hard as well, because there are lots of players on the tour, and because of that you can't take them all to every venue. So you have to play round one, which we always regard as a qualifier. It's not really, it's round one. But you'll play it in somewhere like this, Leicester, or in Barnsley, Sheffield, Wigan sometimes. So you play round one of an event here in the UK, but if you win that, then you might go abroad or to Europe or somewhere else to play round two. But it must feel like two separate events to you, does it?
Yeah, actually it's a great point you make, and that is another area of how the tour is structured that I don't seem to be dealing that well with at the minute. I think if you look at and I'm only talking obviously about myself, every player's different, I much prefer an event where you get stuck into round one and then you're able to build up a bit of momentum. Saudi Arabia, as we see Ryan miss a routine black off the spot. Saudi Arabia, I think, was a good example of that. Quite a nervy round one match, obviously travelled a long way to play that, but off the back of it, ended up having a bit of a run. I always feel that, as you say, that the big gap in between tournaments, they do feel like two separate events, and of course there's a lot of pressure on your qualifier. If you do manage to win that, you're obviously elated, but by the time you play your next game in the same event, it feels like round one again, and with it the pressure is back.
Really was a surprising miss from Ryan Day of the black to the left corner from its spot. But Jack will require all the remaining reds to win this first frame. That one that's nearest the left centre could be a little problematical.
Well, important that Jack finds a nice angle from his next colour, presumably the black, to just float that cue ball in over by that left side cushion, give himself a couple of options in landing on that red.
23.
Just about okay. Got enough angle on this black now to just stun that cue ball across. Be playing to leave the cue ball on the cushion here. He needs it to run. That's not a ideal place to land by any means. That may be end of break.
He only needs the red. He must be tempted to take it into the yellow pocket to try and perhaps use the pink as a snookering ball if it wobbles. But yeah, I think it needed to be straighter to warrant taking it on. It's risky, isn't it, if he does?
Well, that's a fantastic pot from Jack Jones. Can't begin to describe just how tough that shot is when the cue ball is so close to the object ball, cutting it back into what would have been a blind pocket for him. Very, very well played. Now, quick look at the scoreboard, 30 points in front. Doesn't need to play to pot this black, just push it safe or nestle up in behind it. Advantage Jack Jones.
He was able to screw the cue ball back behind the black spot was the reason he did take it on. And a lot of players, when they find themselves in Ryan's position here, Snooker would actually concede. But if Ryan can hit this yellow, and he has done, and played it very well, he just needs the one snooker. he's fluked a snooker there, but he has put the green on the cushion, and Jack Jones will be happy about that.
Yeah, that's quite nicely played. Using the green as the stopping ball for the yellow. So Jack Jones won't be feeling too safe just yet. This escape needs judging well off the baulk cushion. Did judge it well. So crisis averted there for Jack Jones, but you get the feeling that he might be in trouble again the next time he comes to the table. A couple of big targets on this table available for Ryan Day now in terms of snookering balls.
It is a very handy target, having brown, blue and pink in pretty much a line in the centre of the table there. It's quite a big target to use to try and get the one snooker that you require in Ryan's case, but he didn't play that particularly well. Overran the cue ball, and chance here for Jack Jones to lay a snooker himself behind the blue if he doesn't want to take the yellow one, which I think will just pop past the green.
Well, it didn't look much of a shot from Jack Jones, but he played it particularly well to get the cue ball nestled right into the blue. Really hampered Ryan Day's chances of getting out of the snooker, so it was a frame that could have gone either way really, both players with chances, but Jack Jones takes the opener to lead Ryan Day 1-0. So, table 2, the first match has been completed. Lei Pei Fan, the 2024 Scottish Open champion, with a big win over Zhang Anda, 3 frames to 1. He played really well, actually, breaks of 59, 67 and 88. So this is the second match of the day over on table 2. Juice, of course, a late replacement, actually, for the world champion Zhao Xingtong, who took the decision, Dom, to pull out of this group, having played in the 2 previous and having lost in the 2 previous finals. I suppose it takes its toll in the end, doesn't it?
Absolutely, Stephen, yeah. And although Zhao Xingtong is just 28 years old and he's a fit young man, mentally it can be very draining to be playing so many matches. You can overplay sometimes with major ranking
44
tournaments ahead of him to be played in. I think he just took the decision. He wasn't feeling his best and decided to pull out.
Which really makes Jack Jones's run last year in this very event all the more remarkable. I'm pretty sure that Jack came in at the first group last year and played right the way through, involved in all but one, finally took the decision to withdraw. It's a lot of snooker to be played. There's a lot of matches, of course, played over every day, and if you get into the playoffs and then the finals as well, more mentally taxing, having to pick yourself up off the floor to come back again the next day, so it can be very tough. As Ryan Day slotted home a beautiful long red off the break of Jack Jones.
8.
He's just missed the odd ball today, Ryan. Looking to try and cut out those little errors.
9.
But this very early on looking like a good scoring chance. Into the reds.
Just didn't get enough backspin on the cue ball there for that secondary action. Oh, we're just going to have another look at this now. Watch the cue ball here. It contacts the reds and then doesn't just sit back. He was wanting to be on the red that's closest to the black there, into the left corner, but it just got stopped by another red, the cue ball, and he's very lucky if he can just see enough of this red to the right centre. It appears that he can. No, long way away.
Well, that will really disappoint Ryan. As I say, it was starting to look like a good opportunity for him to not only get his arm going, but get a few points on the board, and very prematurely breaks down. And worse yet, didn't intend for the cue ball to cannon into the blue. And he stuck Jack Jones right in amongst them, having done all the hard work himself. Because it's quite a big couple of months coming up for Jack Jones. How the tour is structured now with the rankings, it being a 2-year rolling system. The points that Jack Jones accumulated from that run to the World Championship final 2 years ago will be coming off at the end of the World Championship this season. So unless he repeats another performance and gets to the final, he'll be losing points there. So ranking points are vital for Jack Jones.
24.
And actually, when you look at this season as a whole from Jack, just the semi-finals of the English Open, really the deepest run that he's had. Last 16 appearance in the Xi'an Grand Prix as well. So he's looking for results, and maybe some good solid match practice this week in this event will stand him up nicely going forward.
Just a little awkward to get onto his next red from here. All nicely detached from one another, but a lot of these reds are in one another's way. Pink spot is occupied, so that will now go on the next highest available spot, in this case the blue spot.
39.
And because the black is an open play, I don't think that will inconvenience Jack too much. Played that nicely, has enough angle on the black, but got to be fairly precise with the cue ball here. He's just having a look at the two reds together. furthest right to see if they're a plant for this corner pocket. It must be very close. He's looked at them long and hard.
Well, he's just the very slightest of
47.
glances on that red. And there you see, they weren't a plant, but he was playing for the little gap. Oh, that little brush cannon off the red has just slowed his cue ball up a touch. Can he still get through to him?
Well, I can only suggest, Stephen, he can't see the plant at all, because he'd only have to hit the top red very thinly to push the other red right into the centre of the pocket. I don't like it if he tries to make this 3-ball plant. Don't like this at all myself. Let's see if it goes in.
Just never seemed likely, that, did it? Playing a single ball onto a plant from the angle of which he was coming at it always felt like it would just turn it over. Wow, what a mistake that was from Jack Jones. I think you have to be critical really with the shot from the black for the red. Had so much room to play with. To catch the 2 reds was a very poor shot. So Ryan Day with a reprieve.
Got to win this frame from here for me, Ryan Day. Obviously defeat in this frame means he's 2-0 behind and at the point of no return. And the only way you can get yourself back into a match when you're 2-0 behind is to play very well, because Jack will have his chances and he looks very dangerous. But Ryan hasn't shown enough yet to suggest that he's likely to win a match from 2-0 behind.
8.
The nicest of angles on that black, had to really power it in to generate some angle. He just lost his cue ball, but followed it up with a very nice pot on the red, so back in prime position. Again, a positional shot that hasn't been played particularly well. Didn't want to have to be playing delicate little thin red to middle at this stage. But at the minute, they're still going in.
24.
These cushions are playing very quickly today.
31.
Still needs a good positional cannon here, Ryan. He's missed the red. That's the problem. You can't keep dropping out of position all the time and keep pulling out good pots and good positional play to keep the break going. It's something you see so often these days, isn't it?
And it's amazing the psychology behind that little scenario there for Ryan. If that was the first red he was faced with coming to the table, he probably pots it, but the fact he was there after a string of poor positional shots, it just felt like it was becoming bigger and bigger.
Pots the black, that will give him a lead of 16 points, and with the remaining red near the centre pocket, 2-0 advantage now, looking highly likely for Jack Jones.
20. $21. $23. $26.
So very similar to the first frame of this match, both players with chances. Could have gone either way, but it's gone the way of Jack Jones, and he's going to extend his lead. And all of a sudden, Ryan's day is not a very good one. He won't be best pleased with how this morning has gone. Lost his opening match to Jack Lisowski 3-1 and now finds himself 2-0 down to Jack Jones. It's work to do for Ryan Day. Table 2, don't forget it's still going. Jus, the late call-up for the world champion Zhao Tong after the withdrawal yesterday, making hay in his first match against Jimmy Robertson. A good opening frame and nicely in amongst them in the second to double his lead on table 2. Again, momentum plays a key role in these group format competitions. Jus stays out there to play the third and final match of the afternoon session against Zhang Anda. So if he can get a win on the board here, he'll be feeling good about his game and a chance to maybe get some points on the board early on in this group. Still lots of snooker to be played, of course. Players already through to winners group: Tom Ford, Elliot Slesser, Serge Arway, Matthew Mark Selby, and 59. Last night's group winner Wu Yize. One more place will be decided tomorrow evening. Who will it be?
60.
Who do you fancy to come through this group, Dom?
Do you know, the moment you said that, who will it be, I was thinking, who do I fancy to win this group? It's a tough one, isn't it? It really is, but I mean, of course, I like Jack Lisowski's chances if he can just string breaks together, because he's famed for that when he's on
65.
Good form. He's a devastating player to play. Jack Jones, of course, you know, he loves playing in this event, doesn't he? Can never write him out. I certainly fancy the two Jacks to be semi-finalists. Zhang Anda, of course, I fancy him to do well, 66. But he didn't begin too brightly, having lost his first match of the day.
You can't back every player, Dom. That's cheating.
So I'm just mulling things over in my mind, actually. Yeah. So you want one name? Oh, goodness me. Oh, go on. I'm going to say Jack Lisowski, but I mean, we're talking fractions, aren't we? You know, we really are. Who do you fancy then?
Yeah, it's between one of the two Jacks for me as well, but you never know. There's such short matches that things can change really quickly as well, 73. Can't they? We saw in Group 5 the other day, Zhao Tong, he won a string of matches, 3 frames to 2, and if those results had gone the other way, the whole group could have been in a whole different situation. But anyway, Jus looking very good over on table 2,
73.
Looking to have done the bulk of the damage in that second frame to double his lead. Jack Jones has just doubled his lead against Ryan Day, 2-0.
Jack Jones. Played for the blue into the left centre, but he's on it very nicely for this left corner. If it's dead straight, he can just run through for red above the black.
Well, I've just got a little glimpse of Ryan Day in his seat there, and he doesn't look a happy chappy. The body language is not good so far from Ryan Day, and it's still very early on in the day and the group. Well, he struck that red really well, Jack Jones, to get back up top side of the blue. Going to have to get into the reds at some point. He felt that that was the time and went into them with quite some pace, but because of the contact to the pink, it wasn't as he intended. He didn't get much movement to the reds in the end. Needed to catch that pink full in the face, caught it more half ball. I suppose he's been fortunate in some respects that he has a red to still keep this break going.
Undercut it. I mean, we often say as commentators, don't we, that, you know, you go into the pack of reds off the blue, but you're actually going into the pink, and it's the pink that splits the pack open. But Jack Jones caught the pink there, but the pink didn't touch any of the reds. It was the cue ball just glancing off a few of them. But Ryan, psychologically, as much as anything, is just all over the place at the moment. That can quickly change because he's such a dangerous player, but I think Ryan needs just to make a decent break in and win a frame in one visit just to restore some lost confidence. Already mentioned Ryan Day is 45 years old now, and he's played a lot of snooker in his career. It's difficult when you get older to still want to put the time in on the practice table, which you have to do these days because the standard is so high. That's another mistake.
Yeah, and Jack Jones will be well aware that his opponent is really struggling, not only with his game, but mentally. It looks like he's resigned in this match now, Ryan Day. And it's up to Jack to just stay in his own lane, focus on his own match, keep his emotions in check, stay patient, because clearly he's getting the chances. So eyeing up this long red. Oh, and didn't strike that well at all.
Cue ball ran very well there. I was wondering whether it would rebound off those two cushions and go out of bulk, which it's managed to do. So Ryan has a choice of, well, all three bulk colours really. But this is the sort of chance that Ryan scarcely fails to take advantage of. But so far today, he's made a lot of mistakes amongst the balls, missed pots he doesn't normally expect to miss. If you can just start to score heavily and make a decent break just to win a frame with an opportunity like this, you may begin to play a little better.
It's funny, isn't it? Because if you look at the table, you think it's a chance that you'd expect most players to take at this level, but because of what's gone before, it's just that element of doubt. But Ryan Day, it's imperative he just keeps his emotions in check here. Keep everything as simple as he can. The old cliche of just one ball at a time. If he gets that part right for the rest of this break, he'll win the frame.
I had a little chat with Ryan Day before this match began, and he was telling me that the cloth is so much quicker than his own practice table, and it's the reason that he's been caught out a few times.
I must say, one thing I've found very difficult in recent months is when you do get your practice table recovered, very rarely play to the level that they do in tournaments. It's very hard to find a cloth similar, even though the cloth is the same. I don't know why that is, Dom. It's almost impossible to replicate your practice conditions the same as they are in tournaments.
It's a good point you make. Oh, he's missed another black off the spot, Ryan Day. Goodness me. That's just a mental error. He can't be focused and concentrated the way he needs to be when you miss a pot like that. There must be something going on subconsciously that causes that to happen. And as you get older, those subconscious thoughts do creep into the mind. Looking rather recumbent in that chair now. He probably doesn't expect to get back to the table. Yeah, the cloth we play on in professional tournaments, it's an unusual cloth. It's called a number 10, and it's a cross weave, and it's a cloth that only really works in professional snooker, in good environments like this. Because what tends to happen with them, if you do have a number 10 cloth, and they are expensive, if you have one in your own club, they tend to go slack very quickly. So within a month or so, sometimes you'll find that the cloth is slackened, and it becomes slower and just doesn't play the same at all, because the lifespan of one of these cloths isn't really all that long. It's just really something designed and produced for professional snooker more than anything else. And a lot of professional players tend to have a different type of cloth put on their practice tables. Quite often there's another cloth, there are many actually, but a 680-11 comes in various forms, a tournament spec, 30 ounce, 32 ounce. And a lot of professional players prefer that because they just have a little more longevity.
One. 22.
Well, we watch Jack Lisowski. I keep saying Jack Lisowski, don't I? I know I'm obsessed by his cue action and everything, but of course it's Jack Jones. Yeah, just another word on the cloth. I actually live in Gloucestershire, in Stroud, which is where the cloth comes from, actually. The Milliken Mills, where it's produced, is, well, I can actually see the funnels from the factory, from my apartment block. And they're always keen to tell us that we don't play on green baize. Baize is something used for notice boards and card tables. What we actually play on, they actually term it as West of England broadcloth. That is actually what we actually play snooker on. It's a broadcloth, that's what it's called. They do tours of the factory. It's very interesting to see how the cloth is made, and they also make coverings for tennis balls, and they also make the red cloth, the production of the coats worn by the Chelsea pensioners as well, would you believe?
So just to put you on the spot, Dom, of course the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters, the slogan for that event is Battle on the Baize. Should that be changed to Battle on the Broadcloth?
Battle of the West of England broadcloth, precisely, yeah. It doesn't quite have the same ring to it, does it? But it's funny, we've always regarded it as in the Battle of the Baize. But it's not baize that we play on. It's incredible, isn't it? I've known that for a long time, actually, but the producers of the cloth are very keen to have me say that. Baize is a much coarser material, and that's why it's on notice board and card tables. It lasts forever. It doesn't have a nap on it, baize.
Well, good decision there from Jack Jones to play down for this black close to the left corner pocket. 13 points to the good. Black puts him 20 in front. And the reason why he's played for that black is because it's much easier to get on the yellow, which is currently on the black spot. So thinking very clearly out there. Could have potentially stumbled had he have played for a green or brown from that previous red. The black now going up on the blue spot. Doesn't make any difference to Jack Jones's clearance. Just yellow and green required.
37.
And he's played that particularly very well. I think overall he'll be pleased with his performance here, Jack Jones. You can't really ask for much more than a 3-0 win. It's the perfect win. Okay, he has missed balls and his opponent has certainly let him off the hook, but this green is match ball.
42.
Well, no double on the blue, but Ryan Day has seen enough, so it's been the perfect start for Jack Jones's day here in Group 7. It's his last chance to book his place into Winners Group, and a 3-0 win sets him up really nicely. Next game coming up here on Table 1, Lisowski returns to take on Li Pei-fan.
Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Maurice Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Pius Lamutas.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steuer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me.
I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
I found out you knew about it. You're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
Bigger and better.
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena, where Group 7 has begun with a trio of wins for Jack Jones, for Leipe Fan and for Jack Lisowski. Jones leading the table as it is right now very early on because he won 3-0, the other two won 3-1. So for Ryan Day, 2 matches played, 2 defeats already in something of a spot of bother. Our next match here on Table 1, we'll see 2 of those winners going head-to-head. Lisowski or Leipzig fan will go into lunch looking pretty good, Stephen Hallworth.
Yeah, the early phases of these groups all about positioning, doing as much damage as you can, getting as many points on the board as possible to put you in a good position, particularly going into tomorrow. So it's a good opportunity for either of these players. But as you say, Phil, someone's O will go.
Only one previous meeting between these two, and it was something of a rip-roarer. 4-3 to Jack Lisowski in the first round of the Welsh Open in 2021. Remarkable match, actually. Lisowski led 3-0. Leipzig fan came back to force a decider, and in that decider, he made a 61 break, but it wasn't enough. Lisowski just about got the verdict. That's the kind of match, even though it wasn't high profile, didn't make the headlines, wasn't on TV, it's the kind of match that both players will remember. As Leipzig fan plays a delightful positional shot there.
Yeah, that was really well played, actually, because he was just slightly high of straight on that black, which is a really awkward angle to have. Just needed to put a trace of reverse side on the cue ball, judged it to absolute perfection. And admittedly, we've not seen much snooker so far today. Still plenty more to come, but there's absolutely no doubt that these two, Jack Lisowski and Li Pei Fan, have played the best snooker so far. But he'd like that one back.
He was stretching, wasn't he, using the extended reach, and sometimes that can affect your timing of the shot. I think he definitely mistimed it. Over on table 2, former European Masters champion Jimmy Robertson has won the third frame, so Zeus Sir's lead trimmed to 2-1. Robertson made a 79 break in winning that third frame.
Well, it was quite a dangerous way to play that safety shot, a little bit thicker, but with the side to change the angle. But it's perfectly played now. The cue ball has come to rest near the baulk cushion. Yes, he's left Li Pei Fan a chance at a long red, but goodness me, it's fraught with danger. So much so that he's refusing it. He needs to now get a good cue ball. Oh, and that's an awful cue ball.
Well, first look, he might have been really lucky there, you know. Lisowski deserves to be able to pot something, and he can.
Yeah, the safety shot from Jack was a calculated gamble, but it's a gamble that has certainly paid off now. Another day, that cue ball may bounce 6 inches off the baulk cushion. Li Pei Fan will definitely take that red onto right corner, but he was in so much trouble there that Jack had forced him into a corner.
6.
And gets his reward.
Seven.
just squeaked into this group by finishing 5th in Group 6. Played a little haphazard in that group, I thought, in and out. But his best was very good. He made 5 centuries. How about this? 34 centuries in Group 6 that concluded last night. And all 7 players made at least 3. Obviously most made more than that, but the minimum number of centuries by any player in that group was 3.
I must say the standard in Group 6, it stands out like a sore thumb for me. The standard historically in this event is always very high, but Group 6 of this year's was absolutely ridiculous. The century breaks, the maximums, the level the players were playing at.
Yeah, 2 new players were added to the list of maximum men in pro competition. Wu Yizi and Zhao Zintong. Now look at that, that really is a big misjudgment from Jack Lisowski. I think it underlines just how reactive this cloth is. He got into that cue ball so much, he didn't just flick the yellow, he caught it pretty much full ball. And psychologically, when you've made a mistake like that, it's hard to knock in the recovery pot, but what a fluke from Jackpot.
I don't even know what red's gone in here, Phil. Well, it was the red that he attempted in the first place. Deary me. Look at the state of that one.
No guilt. Quite rightly so, actually.
30.
You know, many moons ago, the Australian player Eddie Charlton was a great advocate of playing nomination snooker, basically outlawing flukes.
39.
So he arranged a tournament in Australia with those rules in place. And who was the first player to have a fluke? A certain Eddie Charlton. I think flukes are great. They had variety, they had a talking point to the game. Why not? Why not? What about if you had a tournament and it came down to the final black and somebody fluked it to win?
Yeah, from a viewing point of view, it makes for incredible drama, doesn't it? Potentially.
54.
You know, off the back of some of the most outrageous flukes we've ever seen in this sport, they make for great talking points, as you say.
55.
Well, on the European Tour golf, a few years back, the South African James Kingston was playing in his home country. There was a hole-in-one prize for this particular par 3. He hoiked it well left, it hit a tree and bounced back onto the green into the hole. No one said, you can't have the prize.
62.
And in fact, that shot has been replayed a lot more than many conventional hole-in-ones because, as I said before, it's a talking point.
67.
And however much we don't like it as purists, luck plays a big part in every sport. It's not so much the amount of luck you have, Stephen, it's the timing of it.
Yeah, the timing of it and what you do when it comes. And Jack Lisowski has made the most of his fluke in this frame.
Jack Lisowski 72 in the frame.
Yes, it was outrageous. It glued together that break of 72. And Jack Lisowski has made a flying start to this group and a flying start to this match. He leads 1-0. Now here on table 2, Zhu Se, who is the replacement for Zhao Xintong, he's got a really good chance to wrap up a 3-1 win over Jimmy Robertson. Oh, but what a miss from Zhu.
Shafi, 14.
What a miss that was. And you can't say he did it because he was trying to obtain perfect position, because he's got no position.
Yeah, not the first time in this event, and not the first time today that we've seen a black off the spot miss. There was a couple howlers from Ryan Day. He seemed to get himself into some good positions and then just threw a couple of quick ones in. Ryan, who'll be disappointed. And there's another one from Zhu Se. Now Jimmy Robertson looking to slot this red home, and has done so, gets the chance.
Jimmy Robertson, always in the middle ranks, but never one to write off. He's one of those streak players. When he's really on form, he's a double handful. Not missed a lot on table 1. Lisowski, in his first match against Ryan Day, for just joining us, made breaks of 91, 54 and 64. He's contributed 72 in the first frame here, so looking rosy. Cautionary tale though, winning your first 2 matches is no guarantee of anything. In Group 5 here on Monday and Tuesday, Stuart Bingham won his first 2 matches, ended up relegated.
Yeah, there's no real formula to success in this event. We saw Zhao Xintong go unbeaten, and he won't be involved in winners group due to his withdrawal last night off the back of 2 group final losses.
Yeah, the final last night was really good. Some cracking breaks, and then that extraordinary finish. Pleased to see Wu go through there, because he has played some really good stuff in this tournament so far. The composition of the winners group, we have 4 Englishmen, 2 Chinese.
1.
Lisowski would love to make it 5 in 2.
Lisowski, 6.
Lisowski doesn't refuse a lot, Stephen.
No, we've already seen that in this frame. The red that he just potted a minute ago was very, very aggressive. Oh, hello. There's another one. Chalk that one up, Phil.
Equaliser. That's a conventional fluke, if there is such a thing. That one happens quite often.
Yeah, and he may have the angle on this blue to just stun the cue ball down. There's a red at the back of the main cluster that will go to right corner. If you can get low on it, It would have been an opportunity to bring more reds into play, but he hasn't been quite able to get the desired angle. In fact, has he got any sort of angle at all? Can he even pop this red? Just. And a good cannon.
7.
A very spirited player, Lepe fan, tigerish, and much improved.
Yeah, and I love the decision there to leave the cue ball right side of this black, because screwing into these reds, he's going to draw one back out with it. That was absolutely perfect.
22.
He's only 22 now, is Lepe fan. Made his debut on the tour in 2019 after coming through Q School. Eventually lost his place, but regained it in extraordinary fashion, actually, down in Australia. He won the Asia Pacific Championship,
23.
beating Vinny Calabrese of Australia, 6-5 from 5-3 down. That gave him a card for the 2024-25 season, and boy, did he take advantage. Went to the Scottish Open at the tail end of 24. Beat the likes of Sean Murphy
31.
and Mark Allen before overcoming Wu Yize 9-5 in the final to capture that Stephen Hendry trophy in his first world ranking triumph. At the time, he was 84th in the rankings.
38.
The lowest seeded ranking event winner since Dave Harold back in Bangkok, Thailand at the Asian Open in 1993. Harold was a 500-to-1 outsider to win that tournament. I think Lepe fan, his odds before the Scottish Open would have been something similar.
Well, that didn't look particularly comfy, did it, there for Lepe fan? So doing the right thing. So often we see players just try and play the shot quickly to get it over with. He was stretching far too much there, so spider out once again.
Got to be honest here, when I first saw him play Lepe fan, I didn't really rate him that highly, but boy, my opinion has changed. Just like his attitude. Dedicated. Wants it. And there you can see from that excellent camera shot, he's really left-eyed, dominant left-eyed player.
Yeah, it always looks slightly awkward, doesn't it, when you study a player that's right-handed with such a left-eye dominance. There are a number of those players out there. And it just shows there's no right or wrong way really to play the game. It's what works for you, and play to your own strengths. That's what looks good to Lepe fan when he's down on the shot, using his strong eye.
55.
Well, he's in good company. The first all-time great of snooker was left-eyed, Joe Davis. But there, it's not left-eyed, it's left marooned in the pack.
62.
Yeah, actually, he's done quite well here, Leipei Fan, because the result of that attempt to bring more reds into play is actually he's tied them up further.
62.
He's almost brought the cluster back together, so it's a good lead, 56, but he's not safe just yet. Still plenty on. Where's this cue ball? Is it going to stay out? Yes, just.
Big news from table 2. We saw when we were over there for a few moments that Zhu Se missed a black off its spot in the 4th frame. Well, he's had redemption. He's clear to the black with 48 to snatch it on the final ball, and he's beaten Jimmy Robertson 3-1. Next up on table 2, Zhu Se remains out there to take on Zhang Anda. Now, talking of clearances, what an opportunity here, Stephen.
Yeah, and it leaves the previous shot from Leipei Fan to be questioned, in my opinion. He held all the cards in this frame. And okay, we did say there was enough on this table for Jack Lisowski, but under no circumstances should he have presented even just a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of a tempter for Jack Lisowski, because he doesn't take much tempting. It was a very poor decision from Leipei Fan to open those reds.
11.
And at this level, the chances of a player snatching a frame from well behind, they're based not so much on the actual deficit, but on how the remaining balls are situated. And as you can see here, there's not anything for Lisowski to worry about. No stumbling blocks at all.
Yeah, really, he just needs to stand up here, Jack Lisowski. There's nothing to really do with the cue ball either. Everything is perfect. Just got to keep his attention high, keep his focus there.
26.
I always watch through my fingers when he's playing right-handed. That one was okay, though.
$31. $32.
I know this event and format is quite conducive of open frames with heavy scoring, but it's a harsh lesson that I feel Leipei Fan deserves to have here.
35.
Showed what I believe is a bit of inexperience there in playing the shot that he did to open the reds when
37.
he had no reason to. Jack Lisowski deserves to punish him for it, and so far he is doing.
40.
The deficit now reduced to 16, so Lisowski needs all 4 remaining colours.
He's striking the ball really well, Jack Lisowski. If you shut your eyes and just listen to the sound that the balls are making, you can just tell.
55.
Snatch and grab from Jack Lisowski. Daylight robbery here in Leicester. But as Stephen Horworth so correctly said, that was all down to a shot choice from Leipei Fan that really was not founded in logic. So a 62 clearance from Jack Lisowski. His lucrative morning stroke afternoon getting a little more profitable. He leads 2-0. So we don't start again after this match until 4:30. We could have a record gap between sessions. Leipzig Fan is first up in our second session against Ryan Day. Then we'll see Jack Lisowski again taking on Zhang Anda. And to complete the day, it's two veterans. Robertson will take on Day. Over on table 2, you can see Jack Jones, who I thought must be delighted with the way he started the group. He has a double header against Robertson and Zusa. And then Leipzig Fan and Zusa complete the day over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Then we come back for another 9 round-robin matches tomorrow. Then the top 4 go head-to-head in the semi-finals. Also the final tomorrow night. All matches over the best of 5 frames to complete the jigsaw, the last piece in the jigsaw of the winners group. Well, he missed that by the proverbial country mile.
Yeah, it seemed like he was trying to play quite a cute positional shot there, Leipzig Fan, almost like a draggy shot round the back of the black with a tremendous amount of left-hand side on the cue ball, and at that pace the side can take too much, and the result of that, you miss it thin as he did, and thin by quite some distance.
Fine.
Unless those reds are spread, we can't say this is a really good chance just yet, but Lisowski does go into the bunch with quite some power. They could go everywhere.
Yeah, the red that's just slightly detached from the cluster of 6. That'd be a good one to go into. Didn't quite manage to generate the pace into the reds that he needed there. It was slightly awkward, but he does have a red that's poked its nose out. And a good chance to keep the break going now.
Looks much improved from the player who competed earlier in the week. Although there, the cue ball seemed to die off that side cushion. Maybe had a trace of unwanted side. Oh, that wasn't easy, but he was right-handed, and that's so often proved expensive for Lisowski. Sorry to sound like a broken record, but it's true.
Yeah, and actually the red was so tough, regardless of what hand you play in the shot with. Maybe played out a frustration there. Just desperate to keep that break going.
There's not a player alive, Stephen, who hasn't played a frustrated shot. But the real greats, the serial winners, don't do it very often.
No, the obvious player that comes to mind is Mark Selby. He never, ever plays a shot out of frustration. And I suppose every tournament's different, yes, but how you approach the game should remain the same, albeit it's very difficult. If that was 9 each in a ranking event final, he doesn't take it on. It's as simple as that. But this more relaxed environment can often encourage players to go for their shots. I mean, we don't mind that. We don't mind watching that. But Jack may mind it if Leipzig fan punishes him here.
Leipzig fan 14.
Can tell you the last match of the session on table 2 is underway. Zhang against Zhang Anda. Oh, that was not frustration, that was fluid. Superb pot from Lisowski, especially to hold the cue ball for choice of ball colours.
Yeah, another real sweet strike from Jack, and perfect on this yellow to get into them. Well, playing the more conservative shot, and that does surprise me. He's played it very, very well. So well that he's actually left a nice angle to bring reds into play from this red. There was nothing conservative about that one. Brilliant shot.
4.
Yeah, this was a classic case of Lisowski's ability to cue through the ball and get the white through the pack, but the shot that followed left much to be desired.
Yeah, and again here, he's a little glance at the score. He's not forced to take this red on. It's quite a big target in behind the green. Just stun the cue ball back down, send the red down the table. Nicely played, just about held on.
And that's good to see. You never want to see Jack Lisowski change because he is the consummate entertainer, but just cut out the odd overly ambitious shot. Keep it tight slightly more, and then I think you'd see the trophy cabinet starting to fill.
Yeah, because look, there's the result of it. He's got a better chance at a long red now with hand on table. And he thumps it in.
1.
That is one of the most pressurised shots in snooker. The pink, or indeed any colour to a distant ball pocket, when you know you're leaving other balls, that is, on. And from here now, Lisowski really should wrap up a 3-0 win.
Yeah, and in some ways the game has rewarded Jack Lisowski there for his discipline in his shot selection. And of course that wonderful clearance that he made from the gift that Leipzig fan presented in the previous frame. So on the whole, another really solid performance from Jack. Listen, there's always going to be areas of his game that we'll criticise. I don't think that will ever end,
22.
but he's so able to charm us as well, isn't he, Phil?
Well, that's the thing. When you criticise him in commentary, you always feel guilty because he's such a nice lad. But never on one occasion has he come up to me and said, "You said this, you said that, why did you say this?"
30.
He's not that sort. Water off a duck's back.
$31. $38. Check. Lisowski.
Well, that is it. The end to a very rapid session. Would you believe we've now got a 3-hour wait for our next action on table 1 here at the BetVictor Championship League. We've had a 3-1 and 2 3-0s, and the first session of the day is over. And the man who's profited most from the first session, undoubtedly Jack Lisowski. He's played 7 frames, he's won 6 of them, and he's won 2 matches. He sits at the top of the table with Jack Jones, Zusa and Lepe Fan, all with 1 point each so far. Robertson, Zhang Anda and Ryan Day yet to get off the mark. We start again at 4:30. Lepe Fan takes on Ryan Day on table 1. Jack Jones will be meeting Jimmy Robertson over on table 2. Right now, Zhang Anda and Zusa are doing battle on table 2. If you want to see that one, it's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But from Stephen Hallworth, from Dominic Dale and myself, Phil Yates, we're off for quite a lengthy break. We'll see you 4:30 local time here in Leicester as Group 7 of the BetVictor Championship League continues.
17. 23 in the frame. Zhang Anda. Thank you. The second frame, chaussee to break. One. Six. Seven. Fourteen. 15. 22. 23. 30.
1.
31. $36. 37. 44. 45. 52. 53. 58. 59. 66. 67. 74. 75. 82. 83. 90. 91. 98. and 9. $104. Zhang Anda, 104 in the frame. Third frame, Zhang Anda to break. Set 1. One. Three. 4. 10. Seventeen. 18. 25. 26. 33. 34. 41. 42. 48. 49. 56. 57. 62. 63. 70. 71. 78. 79. 86. 86, frame the match.
and that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
snooker fans all around the world.
We are here for the battle on the bays. Quite simply, superb.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
Position of next month's winners group, with one place yet to be filled. Today's first session was both rapid and fruitful for one of the quickest players in the game. That's Jack Lisowski, who beat Ryan Day 3-1, then Leipzig fan 3-0 to sit pretty at the top of the table. Jack Jones, Zeuser, Leipzig fan and Zhang Anda each picked up a point, and the shape of the table will be determined even further by the 6 matches scheduled for session 2, which is coming your way right now. Over on table 2 and the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, the action begins with Jones against Jimmy Robertson. Here on table 1, 2024 Scottish Open champion Leipzig fan faces a 4-time ranking event winner from Wales, Ryan Day. Gentlemen, let potting commence. And I think, Dominic Dale, we've already arrived at the point where, for Ryan Day, a victory is absolutely essential.
Yes, indeed. Good afternoon once again, everybody. Ryan Day knows the predicament that faces him. He needs wins on the board, points on the board at the moment. He's the possessor of the wooden spoon. A lot can change. He has 4 matches still to play. But you'd think he'll need at least 3 wins out of 4. Don't forget, this has been the last group. If you finish 5th, you won't be coming back for another group because there aren't any.
Well, Ryan Day is certainly well aware of Leipzig fans' potency. Only 1 meeting between them. 4-1 it was to Ley in the last 64 of the English Open earlier this season. First time they've ever encountered each other in the Championship League. Invitation, that is.
Ryan Day not having the best of seasons by his high standards. On the 1-year points, he's actually sat at number 58. Currently ranked 35 on the official rankings. Leipzig fan. Currently ranked 29 in the world. Incredible win though when he won his first ranking title at the Scottish Open. He was actually ranked 84th in the world at the time he won it. Remarkable performance. And that's a useful fluke.
Yeah, I think with Ryan Day, he's got no relegation issues for the end of this season, but if he continues to struggle, loss of card at the end of next season might be a possibility. Well, that was brave on these fast cloths to nudge up behind a ball colour like that with the cue ball tight on the bulk cushion. That takes some doing. But where the Reds were, it was never going to be too much of a problem for Day to achieve containment.
Just had 6 seasons as a professional player. As I say, he's only 22 years old. Turned professional at a young age.
Maybe find one.
Now Ryan, I'm sure, will play the leftmost red to try and come off 3 or 4 cushions, get the cue ball on the baulk cushion behind the green again, but seems to be looking at something else. But no, he is switching to play the red that I'm suggesting. 3 or 4 cushions behind the green would be ideal. It's a bit pacey. But behind the brown will do just as well.
Not one of those frames where a player will have to go into the bunch to split them up if they're going to build a big break. They're already pre-split, so if someone gets in here, they could make quite a few. Black in an unusual position, somewhat hemmed in, but generally speaking, not a bad looking table, although things could go downhill actually. Easy for the openness of the table to deteriorate from here.
Well, the black is out of commission, as you say, but its spot's occupied anyway. And the thing is, I think there's enough room on the pink spot at the moment for the black to go on it, so it'd be developed. But is there a red on here into the centre pocket? There was, but it's been missed, or has it? This looks close to me. Is it going in? Oh, very close. Now then, has he covered it? I think he has, but there is another possible red into this right-hand black pocket. A Leipzig fan to attack.
One.
Well, the black is open to a degree, but it's not available to the middle pocket. Far, far too acute to even contemplate that.
Well, can he see enough of the pink to pot the pink? If he couldn't, he'd be in all sorts of trouble with that red near the baulk pocket. But very fortunately, the pink was available.
Seven.
Just couldn't quite weave the cue ball out of the congestion.
Well, I don't know what he's going to play here. If he can pot the yellow, he may take it on, but that red that's over the green pocket could cause him all sorts of problems. I mean, I know it sounds profoundly negative, but touching up to the black is probably the only way of getting this safe, unless he wants to take a big risk and go for it, which it does appear that he is doing. Well, it's definitely close. Oh, it's in. That was a pressure ball and well negotiated.
Yeah, when he dropped off to a Leipzig fan, you wondered whether he was ever going to get back. He did so winning the Asia Pacific Championship in 2024, and ever since he's gone from strength to strength. And I think one of the reasons, he's just become a lot more liberated, a lot more free with the way he plays. He plays a little quicker than he used to, I think. He plays more aggressively. He backs himself to pot balls.
As you can see, cues heavily under his left eye. Well, that brown didn't even threaten the pocket. Now, I think there's a red that Ryan can pot to the right corner. But he's got to try and screw clear here of the other reds without cannoning them. That's why he played it plain ball for the pink, but he's been out of sorts all day, Ryan Day. That's one of several easy balls by his standards as he's missed.
Yeah, just generally struggling.
One.
But also struggling to get anything meaningful going is Lei Pei Fan. Yeah, the ball's conspiring against him.
5.
And now he's snookered on all reds apart from one outlier.
Well, he did just nudge the blue and the black together there, Lei Pei Fan, so that's completely tied those two balls up for the time being. Did well to find that gap here. Now he needs a little bit of luck. Maybe the yellow will block off the left-hand side of the table. It has, so no straightforward path back to bulk here for Lei Pei Fan.
Well, when he clattered into balls like that, it was inevitable he was going to leave something. Now, there's no better way than to rebuild fragile confidence than to put together a big score.
Ryan's played the shot that I think most attacking players would have played in that situation and deliberately tried to cannon blue and black into play. That's happened. But a slightly thinner contact on the blue would have left him better on the black. It does still pot, but it's another one of those tricky balls that he hasn't really been potting today. And there's another one missed.
Yeah, Day really toiling, unlike his fellow Welshman Jack Jones. Jones this afternoon beat Day 3-0, and now he's just gone 1-0 up on Jimmy Robertson on table 2, assisted by a break of 104.
1.
Lei Pei Fan would almost certainly have played position on the black there to get it back onto its spot, but just didn't create enough stun on the keyboard to leave himself nicely on it. So having to play the yellow, and he's a little out of position here. Could play for the pink here in the left centre. There's all sorts of ways he could play for the pink actually. But he's just allowed that keyboard to drift on a touch. Again, this is a little bit of a recovery pot that's required.
Tenacious is Lei Pei Fan.
10.
Don't think he possesses the great potting of Wu Yizi or the silky cue ball control of Zhao Zintong. What he does possess, a really fierce competitive spirit. Yeah, there you see again. Loss of cue ball command.
11.
Well, if he takes the pink on now, it's very tricky. This is an awkward cutback, and it's certainly not the type of cutback that you practice much. Because from a situation like this, I think ordinarily you wouldn't even consider taking it on. And put cueing to boot. No. Now, does the black pop past the green? If it does, Ryan has a really good chance here to get back into this first frame.
He's never been crowned the Championship League winner, Ryan Day, but he has made an awful lot of money from the tournament over the years. But he's not on the money today. Far from it.
8.
Did everything but go in. Ryan's such a great potter, but
Ryan Day 8.
just not timing the ball well at all today. Once again, just sat recumbent in that luxurious armchair that's been part of this event for years. Too much of a heavy lunch, I think, here, Phil.
Yeah, well, Ryan Day has been mistake prone in this frame on more than one occasion, and yet he's only 24 behind with a realistic chance to win it.
One.
While that red is over the right corner, it would be a good idea for Ryan to try and cannon those two reds into a better position that are just above the pink there. Because he'd almost certainly be on one of them, but it does appear that he's purposely played for the red near the corner pocket, unless one of these two reds near the pink will pot to the left centre. Oh, well, that's an interesting shot choice. He's played for the pink to bring the two reds into play. But if the cannon doesn't work out, he's unlikely to be on anything. That looks as though it's okay. So big chance now for Ryan Day. Got to try and cash in on some of these mistakes that Lepe Fan is making. It's been a scrappy first frame.
You were mentioning that Day is well down the one-year list, and the reason for that, this season, he's not gone deep in any tournament. There have been some isolated good results.
22.
He made the UK Championship, beating the likes of Liam Graham and Hossein Vafai. But then on arrival at York, I did his match against Sergio Way. On day one, he lost 6-0, and he was lucky to get 0. Sir played pretty well, but Ryan, by his standards, was extremely poor. But the consolation is, Dom, when you've got his class, an upsurge in form is always a possibility.
Yes, provided, though, you're practicing hard enough and putting the hours in. And at 45 years old, it's something you don't tend to do as much as you did when you were younger. practice side of the game, I mean. But he did have that good win to qualify for the German Masters in Berlin when he defeated, well, local boy, Leicester's Joe O'Connor. That was a good win for Ryan.
Yeah, when you're a professional sportsman, there's always the negative that you can lose concentration at any point and also lose confidence. But equally, lost confidence can return when you least expect it. A few good results here, maybe make the playoffs, and he would go to Berlin next week feeling a whole lot better.
36.
Plays Judd Trump or Kai Wei Chung there. So now he's 12 ahead. That means yellow, green and brown will be sufficient.
Well, he didn't play a good pink to yellow, and he's overrun position on the green a little here. He'll be fighting to hold for the brown. Better look of the angle that he has on the green from this angle. More severe than he wanted it to be, and that was a good pot, having to dig down into the cue ball to screw off the side cushion. That was a good shot from Ryan Day, so just needs the brown to be safe barring snookers.
45.
For most of this frame, let's face it, we did not see Day winning it.
50.
But Lay missed a few. And for the second time today, Ryan Day has a frame on the board. Can he build on that? Can he capitalise on what was, let's face it, an upturn in fortunes? As for table 2, by the way, Jack Jones going great guns. He started off against Jimmy Robertson with a break of 104. And I think he might just have made a second century in succession. He certainly, just this second, as I was formulating this sentence, taken a 2-0 lead. So Jack Jones 2, Jimmy Robertson 0. And bear in mind, Jones won his first match today, 3-0 against Ryan Day. So at the moment, a flawless record for the former World Championship runner-up. Talking about records, Dom, he made 32 centuries in this tournament last year, did Jack Jones. The most ever by one player in a single tournament in professional snooker history. That is a record, I think, that might well stand for decades.
Yes, because I think the previous record was shared jointly between Matt Sells and Kyron Wilson. I think it was 23. So to increase it by 9 is a remarkable achievement.
Yeah, and I think it's only this tournament where you play in multiple groups, multiple matches, where you could possibly break that record. But in order to do so, you'd have to play in pretty much every group. And that in itself is mentally and physically tiring. It wasn't a century from Jack Jones, it was only 97. So if Jones can win the next frame from Jimmy Robertson, he would move to the top of the table on frame difference.
Jimmy Robertson just potted 1 red in that previous frame. That's all he's got to show for the match so far.
Just a little weak, that safety shot. No damage done by Day, but he didn't place Leipzig fan under any pressure whatsoever.
Better cue ball this time, superb for length, but again, shouldn't be a problem for Leipzig fan. You can see multiple reds. Tap on the table from Ryan suggests that he may be snookered on all reds here. Tried to swerve around the yellow to catch the edge of the pack, but missed them. I thought he actually fractionally made contact with the red near the black spot, but apparently not. This could be awkward to replace.
Yeah, I think it was just this one, I think. Yeah, just this one. Yeah,
Fedor Klapanovs is the referee. Fedor and another young Latvian referee, Dimitri Jonins, have done a really good job this week. Yes, they're inexperienced, but they're efficient. By the way, while these balls are being replaced, a little bit of snooker news for you that we didn't have when we went off air after the first session today. Wu Yizu, who won Group 6 last night, has pulled out of the German Masters next week. So Wu's absence gives Jordan Brown a bye into the last 32, where he will play Jack Jones.
To be played very thinly. It does appear that Ryan may have got away with it. That red tight to the top cushion, it may just be cuttable. It's as easy to miss it as it is to pot it.
Yeah, I think the red will go, but as you say, Day got away with that in a major league fashion. Now, playing that kind of shot with running side helps. Lay played it with running side, and he knocked it in. But I think it just showed the difficulty of it. Good kiss to be on the green with this angle. But Leipzig fan, who beat Zhang Anda earlier today, 3-1 with breaks of 88, 67 and 59, has re-emerged in the second session this evening. All over the place. Over the course of the last 4.5 days here, Dom, we've been so used to big breaks in pretty much every frame. Excellence everywhere you looked. that when you see a player missing a few, it's a shock to the system.
I think we were rather spoilt with the performances of many of the players within Group 6 the last couple of days. Incredible number of centuries, 3 maximums. Ryan taking this red on to the centre, it was certainly worthwhile. He couldn't do any damage and the black was waiting for him.
Well, he caught the wrong red there. And the red closest to the blue will pot.
Ryan wants to be able to line the red up 100% straight so he can just screw past the blue to play it into the same pocket, but the brown's in his way. So it could be that he just drops the red in to try and perhaps play the blue on for the opposite centre.
Whoa.
Oh, he'd be disappointed. He's on the pink. But if he's tied the blue up, he won't be particularly pleased. Now, does the pink go onto the black spot, I wonder? That wouldn't be a bad thing from Ryan's point of view. It does. Well, that's good because the pink is available into both corner pockets.
Not a lot of displacement there. But one red came out. It's available and that's all you need, one.
But he was so straight on that red, he was able to hold for the green in such a way as to be able to pot it at pace and go into the pack of reds. Just checking those 3 reds though, in a line just below the main body of the pack to see if they're a plant. Did go into them, and he probably didn't catch them quite as fully as he would have liked, but he does still have a red to this right corner.
18.
The problem is, can he cannon the red next to it fully enough to hold for the pink, or will he have to run through them for the blue? Oh, the latter, but where does his red go?
19.
Oh dear, is he on the blue? I don't think he is. Certainly not sure looking at that overhead. No, he swerved it. Oh, that's a very good pot. A delicate swerve played there. A lot of side spin on the cue ball just to straighten up the blue and
24.
Find the potting angle. Well played.
Yeah, now this red is close to a pocket, but don't get the impression it's a certainty. Done well there, Day. Now he's occupying prime position. Can he kick on to 2-0? We've just seen a fine effort from Jimmy Robertson on the other table. A clearance of 121. Stylish way to get your first frame on the board. Jack Jones leads now 2-1.
Hardly seemed to hit that Ryan Day to get level with the blue, which will probably be good enough. If he runs through 12 or 18 inches, he should be on the red that's closest to the cue ball, to the left centre. Could also stun the cue ball dead and play a thinner cut. In fact, he's held the blue spot, and that's a clever idea because that will now go on the black spot and he can play for it now.
37.
At the start of the previous frame, Day looked all over the place. He made a string of mistakes, but they weren't punished. And now things have radically changed. Starting to look a little more like his old self.
Yes, the thing was regarding those mistakes, they were all mental errors because the missed pots themselves weren't of particularly intrinsic difficulty. But now he's won that first frame and he's in good position here. That focus and that concentration that's so important in snooker has returned to Ryan Day.
One. 52.
Dead straight on the pink would have been ideal. He could have held the pink spot with the cue ball, and then he'd have had a choice of both of the reds next to the pink into the right corner. But he's the wrong side of the pink now. So now what does he choose to play? Could consider the blue to try to either cannon the pink or at least one of those two reds next to hit to leave the other one in play. He's got plenty of angle to work with. He catches a right hand red or the pink actually, either would be good. Didn't really want to catch that red, but it still works out all right.
Yes, and he should be okay now. He's 53 ahead. So red, presumably red, blue, red, would leave Leipzig fan requiring a snooker.
58. $63. 64.
This is much more like it. $70. 71.
Once the pink's respotted, the red to the left corner won't be on. Oh, that's a super pot from Ryan Day. So the centre is still on.
78.
Made 485 in his career. Can he add one to that tally here?
Ryan Day 78.
The answer is no. The break ends at 78, but that's a vast improvement on what had got Ryan Day into a little bit of trouble, which was not the best of form. Yes, he's definitely upgraded in this match. He leads 2-0. And upgrading as we speak on table 2, Jimmy Robertson. Now remember, the first two frames dominated by Jack Jones with breaks of 104 and 97, but then Robertson bit back with 1-2-1 in frame 3, and very early on in the fourth, What a lovely chance this is.
Jimmy Robertson these days has to take medication
16.
for a medical condition called a central tremor, which causes his body to shake internally. He has to manage his medication.
17.
It's very strong, actually. If he overdoses just the merest fraction, it causes further issues. So it's a great shame that a player with such talent has to suffer this.
Yeah, a few seasons ago he came within one defeat of losing his tour status. Thankfully he won that match. As I said before, earlier this afternoon when I was classifying Robertson,
24.
he's middle ranked, has been for a while, but he's one of those players who, if he gets on a roll, he looks really good and he's capable of beating pretty much anyone.
Yeah, he's a very natural player, Jimmy Robertson, but he has a lot of ability. And that was an unintended snooker from Ryan Day behind the yellow off the break-off. You don't intend to leave the cue ball 2.5 feet off the bolt cushion ordinarily.
25.
Miss Randy 4.
Short of pace, but not so much so that a pot was left. That's worked out well for Lepe Fan. There isn't a path back to bulk here for Ryan. He can just tap into the reds and nothing more than that. But has he left a touching ball? No.
He's got a very famous sporting namesake as Ryan Day over in the States. The head coach of Ohio State University American football team is called Ryan Day.
Yes, I noticed that when I was doing my research, Phil. His name kept coming up instead of this particular Ryan Day.
Well, that was almost a touchdown, but it wasn't quite converted. Now what can Lepe Fan do? He's played 2 poor frames so far.
Just dug down into the cue ball too much there, which didn't allow it to run a little further for better position on the black. And when you're faced with these slightly awkward cutbacks, so often you'll just allow the positional aspects of the shot to take care of itself. And that's what Lepe Fan did there. He just focused on the pot of the black and expected to be on a red without trying too hard.
8.
think he'll be happy with that. He's a little straight on the red to the centre to play for the blue to the opposite centre, and straight on this red to the corner would have allowed him to run through for the black, which he can't do now. So lots and lots of left-hand side on the cue ball. Just managed to get top side of the blue. It's for red that pots. The one closest to the cue ball may pot into the right corner. It looks as though it will. It's the only one he can play for because he's rather straight on the black. Into the pack of reds at pace. I don't think anything will go into a centre pocket. Always have to check. Well, that was the red I thought might get there, but I didn't think it would have the pace.
36.
Not one but two reds out. It is 2-2. Over on table 2, Jimmy Robertson coming back from 2-0 down against Jack Jones. That's what Lepe fan wants to do here. But that end result doesn't help.
Rather unlucky there. He went into the reds very nicely, and they've spread well. But those two reds parallel to the cue ball are in one another's way. I can't see anything else that will pot.
Robertson's break to draw level at 2-2 with Jones, 80.
Certainly motoring along over on the other table there. They're best part of a frame and a half ahead of us here. At this long straightish red to the left corner. It's risky though, because if you look at the position of the other reds, that 40 points advantage that Lepe fan has could quickly disappear if he makes a mistake now.
Cover essential. Cover has been achieved on one red. but not on that one. Actually, it was a really good pot from Day. Unlucky to get that kind of double kiss. He must have caught the other red pretty much square on. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, right on the nose.
Well, I must question Ryan's decision to take the pot on. There was no chance of getting the cue ball away to safety. It was such a difficult pot. But what a black that he's just knocked in. That's 3 times as good as the red he just knocked in, because, quite simply, this frame would have been over had he missed it.
Yeah, I agree with you. The red he took on initially was so risky, with the possibility of very little reward. Now, though, because of that brilliant black, he's right in.
And with a 2-0 advantage, and the fact he's 32 points behind still in this frame, concentration and focus won't be an issue here. And I think that's been Ryan's biggest problem during the course of the day's play. So I'm hinting here that I expect him to go on and win the frame and the match from here. Ordinarily, if you were practicing with Ryan Day, you'd be very fortunate to get back to the table from a position like this.
All spots occupied, so the black had to go nearest its own spot in a direct line towards the top cushion without touching that red. And that's an important piece of information because it means it pots. Yeah, red removed now as well, so this position looking more and more rosy with every shot.
16.
It's also potentially very handy to have that red up in bulk as well, so that you can play for it should you fall the wrong side of the blue. But if Ryan can keep a good control of the cue ball, he'll try and leave that red, I'm sure, until the very last.
And scoring has been the bread and butter of his game over the years, Ryan Day. Much more of a stylist than a scrapper.
23.
The red that's 2 below the pink will pot into the left-hand corner. And that red, in turn, once it's removed, will allow the red to the left of it to be available into the right corner. Burning question is whether that red that's just below the pink now will also pot into the left corner. There's not much in it. It may go. Ryan's having a look to see if he leaves the cue ball high on the red, whether it will pot. He could, in theory, play for it here. Absolutely perfect. I'm pretty certain that red will pop from there. Doesn't look as though it will, though. So, did Ryan play for this red instead? Whole outcome of this frame could hinge on whether that red next to the pink will pot.
47.
Ryan Day lost 6 of his 7 frames on this table in the first session. This is a much better version. One that's now made 3 half-century breaks in as many frames.
Has an angle on the blue to park pink and red if he needs to. But it must go because he's played for it. And again, it may well be possible from here, but there won't be much in it. Our referee will have to have a close look at this.
Yeah, the red was just in front of the pink, wasn't it, in terms of where the cue ball was going to make contact. And so now the door is open very much for 3-0. Ideal. Just yellow and green needed.
63.
Throughout the week, 3-0 results have been in pretty short supply. But now on this table, we've had 3 consecutive 3-0s.
68.
And Ryan Day is back in the group reckoning. He plays the last match of the night here on table 1 against Jimmy Robertson, and if he were to win that, he'd be squarely in contention for a semi-final place.
77. '83. 90 in a frame.
From struggling to steaming along, Ryan Day breaks of 56, 78, and the best of the lot to clinch a 3-0 win over Leicester. So next up on table 1, it is our current table topper, Jack Lisowski, looking for another win over Zhang Anda. Stephen Hallworth will join Dominic Dale for that one.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Maurice Neuhausen is your new Premier League Pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biardo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double. He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus.
Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again!
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Moscone Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, I'm the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
We are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! We need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah! How you getting on with Jake Paul?
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk. Come talk. Come talk.
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena here in Leicester for our penultimate match of day one of Group 7. Here's a quick look at the Group 7 leaderboard. Jack Lisowski with 2 wins from 2. The table topper Zhang Anda in second place while they're playing each other just in a moment or two. So that's a very big match, isn't it? Particularly, I suppose, for Zhang Anda. If he wins it, he'll be looking good for qualification to the semi-finals tomorrow evening. So the players and referee are ready, and it's Jack Lisowski breaking off for frame 1. With me to enjoy this match, Stephen Hallworth. This is a good match, isn't it, Stephen? Jack Lisowski, one of the greatest potters and break builders when he's on form. He's a fantastic player to commentate on.
Yeah, great player, isn't he? We all love watching Jack Lisowski. We all couldn't get excited to see some of his games, but Zhang Anda, a very tough competitor as well, and I think what you said was right, Dom. This feels like a big match, even though there hasn't been all that many games played today, and of course still a lot to be decided tomorrow. The fact that these two are sat 1 and 2 in the table probably give a little bit of breathing space to 1, so big game.
Zhang Anda, such a steady player. Is he taking this red on? Black won't pot, so you'll have to play up for the blue or bolt colours. And that's not the sort of shot that Zhang Anda feels comfortable with. He doesn't ordinarily play shots, or that often anyway, with power. I'm just going to give you a quick update over on the other table. We left them at 2-all previously. It's still 2-all. And there's very little in the deciding frame there. Jimmy Robertson at the table, 7 points behind, but in fact he's just levelled the score, 39 points all in the deciding frame, but Jimmy Robertson's in on a break of 16.
Lisowski full.
Fortunate enough, but pretty safe. But we're just going to have a look across the auditorium at table 2 in the deciding frame. Jimmy Robertson still in nicely here. He's potted the last red, he's potted the pink. Brown just slightly awkward, but that's the only potential impediment to a winning clearance here, and a very important win.
Yeah, the downfall may be brown to blue for Jimmy Robertson. He does need up to and including the blue.
25.
Yellow, green and brown will put him 16 points in front, and that brown is going to have to play with a little bit of pace. I suppose leaving a greater angle on it may be beneficial to control that pace. He's just having a look at where best to leave his cue ball now.
It's just off the cushion enough, isn't it, that brown, to be played with pace. I think if you drop in right behind it, it would be a pot that you'd be disappointed to miss, I think. But does not want to leave himself straight on the brown, and goodness me, I think he's left himself straight on it than he'd like to be. All of a sudden he's faced with a bit of a power shot here. Zhang Anda in on our main table, as you can see, on a break of 7, nicely on the black. Oh, that brown. Goodness me, it tried not to go in, but it did, and he is on the blue, and he just needs the blue. And in it goes. Well, what a win that is for Jimmy Robertson. Don't forget, he was 2-0 behind. I think we can assume that frame of match are in the bag there for Jimmy Robertson. That's the first match of the afternoon stroke evening session over on table 2. The next match to be played there, Jack Jones again, the Welshman, will remain tableside to take on Xu Se of China. That will be coming up in 5 or 6 minutes from now.
Now this is a good chance for Zhang Anda in amongst the balls. You can see those 2 reds just left of the black, both available into this left corner pocket. So we may seek an angle on this black to go into the main cluster, and landing parallel on the black is ideal because he has that shot available to him now. Into the main bunch. You would like to think that you're guaranteed to land on at least something.
28.
Just played it maybe with too much backspin, Steve, do you think? Because with a dead cue ball going into the reds, the cue ball would have stopped at the bottom of the pack, and he would definitely have been on a red to the left corner. And he was remarkably lucky that that red would pass through a gap to the centre, but he's missed it.
Yeah, I think the execution was just slightly off there. As you say, didn't need to go into the reds with backspin for me. Just kill the cue ball on the pack almost. You've got reds to left corner.
Exasperated expression there from Jack Lisowski. I don't know if he thought he'd potted it, but it was an important ball to knock in because he knew he'd be leaving a choice of reds for his opponent. Has to be said, Jack Lisowski has a very comfortable head-to-head advantage over Zhang Anda. He leads the head-to-head 8 matches to 1. It's convincing.
Yeah, and that 1 came 2 days ago here in Group 6, so it'd been a long old spell that Zhang Anda had not got the W over Jack Lisowski. All of a sudden the mistakes have started to creep in.
Very fortunate to finish Group 6 in 5th place, to return here for Group 7, our last group before the winners group, which we played in early February. To hope that Oliver Lyons didn't win his last match in the group, otherwise Oliver Lyons would have been here and not Jack Lisowski.
Well, answers on a postcard for that positional shot there from Jack Lisowski. He seems to have played on absolutely nothing. Massively underhit the cue ball in screwing back on and off the side cushion. So that's two real big mistakes from both players already in just the first frame.
The position of these reds is such that one mistake from either player here could end up costing the frame. Is Jack taking this red on to the corner? Of course he is. It was nicely struck. Just a fraction more backspin on the cue ball. I think he would have potted the red. Amazing, Stephen, isn't it? You have a long lull before you return to the table to begin the afternoon-evening session. It just takes a while, doesn't it, to re-establish that form and that focus and concentration.
Yeah, and we can't even use the excuse that they were all upstairs tucking into the food, because they weren't. It was just me and you, wasn't it, Dom, at one point? There was quite a big lengthy gap between sessions. The first session finished quite early, so a lot of the players headed back to the hotel, and I know that a few of them have had a nap, and that can quite often just take a minute or two to just get back into top gear. I think we've seen more misses in this opening frame than I can remember seeing in Group 6 anyway. That was some standard the other day.
Much too thick with the safety shot. So Zhang Anda has another chance in this first frame of potentially 5. Already has a narrow advantage, but no easy positional shot to play from the red. Has a choice of a couple of reds to either corner. Struggling to reach either red, and that's the problem, because he doesn't really want to have to play one of these reds with the rest, because he's got to manoeuvre the cue ball, and that won't be easy. He's only 5'3" tall, Zhang Anda.
I tell you wouldn't struggle to reach one of these types of shots, Dom. The basketball players that have just arrived next door. Goodness me, they've got some reach on them.
Do you think? Yeah, one of them I think is 6'11". Not a good height for snooker. Trying to cannon into the black there possibly, but didn't get enough backspin on the cue ball. Not sure you can see any colour here. good cut back on the red, but just as good a cannon as well to the green. He's right in here, Zhang Anda now, already 15 points to the good. He'd be disappointed not to win the frame now from here. As I say, it's a big match. And Jack Lisowski will be under a bit of pressure because although he hasn't lost yet, this is the last match that he'll be playing today. This is his third match of 3. He'll be playing 3 more tomorrow. And if he can win this match, he'll sleep well tonight knowing that he's virtually assured of qualification to the semi-finals. He'd just need perhaps 1 win and that would be enough tomorrow. Zhang Anda, 34 years old, his birthday, would you believe it, on our Christmas Day, the 25th of December.
Well, it's amazing how quickly Zhang Anda will erase all those mistakes from his memory if he takes the frame out of this visit, of which he should now. It really was a golden chance when he came to the table, but because of the mistakes he made previous, it just added an element of doubt, I suppose, to this mini contribution, but he's done well so far. And as I say, he'll be able to forget about those errors, whereas Jack Lisowski now will have to stew on his. Now, surely he's not snookered himself behind the black here.
I doubt it. I mean, we as players, Stephen, are very good judges of whether a ball will respot or not. He didn't seem concerned. That doesn't go on there, surely. Really?
33.
I did think when he struck the cue ball there, Zhang Anda, it seemed to come back, and definitely came back further than he wanted. Well, what an error that is, Dom.
Is astonishing, but on our overhead it really didn't look as though that black would respot, but I mean you can see it's in a perfect line with the blue and the pink and the brown. I mean it has to be on its spot, and Zhang Anda hasn't questioned it. So Jack Lisowski does return to the table, and there are enough points still available to win this frame. 47 behind, 51 still left on the table potentially.
Well, it's been quite a strange opening frame, this, from Jack Lisowski. I can't remember him getting near a single pot that he's gone for from distance. Sorry. I hope I'm not to blame, Dom. We have just been throwing a few darts upstairs in the players' lounge. I hope there's no tension in Jack's arm.
Oh, you haven't been playing darts, have you? Oh no. I I would never advise that. No, but the reason being actually because the throwing action of darts is the polar opposite to snooker, where your hand is above your elbow, and it can leave a bit of a pain, a stretch in the pit of your elbow, because it's quite an aggressive throwing action in darts.
Especially at the pace that Jack throws them into the board as well. Got a very aggressive throw on him.
Oh, of course, yes. I was playing a bit of darts with him yesterday. He was watching me actually most of the time, but yeah. Well, I had a brief spell of darts with him for maybe 15-20 minutes. He seemed to lose interest then and just sat down and watched me. I mean, I'm not playing in the event, so I can do what I like, I suppose. I did knock in a 180, would you believe?
I knew it was coming.
Oh.
I knew it was coming, Dom.
It's a rare event. I have to mention these things.
I'm surprised it took that long to say.
Yeah, so am I. I'm slipping.
Well, it seems Jack's eyeing up another long ball, and he wants to hope he goes closer this time. Now, where's the red going to finish? May get away with this. Oh, he's not fluked it, has he? No, he may have left it, though. Well, it's not a sitter, is it? Full length of the table, nearly corner to corner.
I suppose he's got to take it on. I can't really see a safety that he's likely to be able to play to leave things completely safe. Oh, it did everything but go in, but the double kiss may have helped him. But I think the red that's finished near the brown may cut in. He's looking at the one over the centre. He does have a few points to play with. Well, he's potted it, but doesn't want to cannon the green. Now, if he's on the brown, and he is, and quite nicely, if he pots the brown, he's looking at the score, he'll be able to win by a single point with 2 reds and 2 blacks. Now, that's a big ask with that red that's to the left of the green there. But he can get to the black from this red. As long as he can see enough of it to pot it, and I don't think he can. But he can glance off it and get the cue ball in behind the yellow. He hasn't seen the shot yet, but it's got to be the one to play.
Yeah, a little half ball left side of the red, sends it to the baulk cushion. Cue ball in behind the yellow, and could be quite a smelly snooker if he gets it right. Oh, what do you make of that one then, Dom? Didn't see that shot, did you?
No. No, I didn't.
Now that is a pretty advanced way to get the snooker.
Good heavens. I mean, sometimes you deserve luck and sometimes you don't. I think that was the latter. Played a good shot there, really, but he did cannon that red into a potable position by the green, and he's a little fortunate that Zhang Anda, if he attempts it, has got to cue right over the black, which makes it an altogether more difficult pot. Well, it was a superb pot from Zhang Anda, but he had the insurance of knowing his opponent was in all sorts of trouble in terms of the point score in that frame, so it is Zhang Anda who eventually does win the first frame and leads 1-0. So we're just going to pop across to table 2. The match has commenced between Xu Se and Welshman Jack Jones. And it's Jack Jones who started the frame the better. But Xu Se in here with a great chance to steal it. 5 reds remaining, all in potable positions. Has a really good temperament, Zhu Se. Doesn't show a great deal of emotion, very capable player. He doesn't have as solid an all-round game as Jack Jones does, but Jack Jones is a very, very good tactician. Jack Jones, probably one of my favourites to make the semi-finals, and certainly is probably one of my picks, one of 2 or 3 probably to win the group. I wouldn't say Zhu Se would be one of my picks to win the group, but he's one of these players that can start to get on the roll once his confidence is high, and he's a very capable player. But we'll leave those 2 to it, but we'll keep you informed as to the progression of that match.
And this is a pretty niche thing, and I'm not sure you'd have any idea on the answer, Dom, but Zhu Se is actually in my fantasy team. So World Snooker Tour and on the podcast we're pick 5 players at the start of the season, and every player earns you points depending on how they go in events, and there's lots of prizes to be won. And anyway, I'm not sure if this event goes towards that because it's not a ranking tournament, but on the whole I've wanted him to do well this season, and I think he's struggled a bit, Zhu Se. Like I say, didn't expect you to know too much about that.
Fantasy Snooker. Is this one of these social media things that I have nothing to do with? So go on then. Well, you mentioned prizes. What would they be?
There's all manner of things. VIP tickets to World Finals, and we did Masters tickets the other week. It's all pretty good stuff if you're into that, I suppose. Which you should be, because you're watching the snooker.
14.
Snooker tickets. Well, just had a 30-odd year career I just retired from, so although I'm sure they do well on eBay.
15.
Other online auction sites are available. Well, Jack took on a lot of difficult pots in that first frame. Missed nearly every one of them. He seems to have found his potting boots now.
And he's got a nice angle to get into the reds as well. Oh, he's played it really, really good. You're desperately unlucky to not be on something easy from a split like that. He's caught the reds perfectly. And a carbon copy split as the one that Zhang Anda made in the opening frame, and a carbon copy missed that left middle pocket, proving to be the stumbling block.
Zhang Anda, a very dependable player. Seldomly plays the wrong shot. Takes a great deal of care. I love the way he plays. Very much in the manner of Mark Williams, really. He just slowly rolls balls around the table. He doesn't play anything with excessive power unless it's absolutely necessary. Jack Lisowski, you never know what you're going to get from him. Can be absolutely devastating when he's on form. He can annihilate you in no time at all. But conversely, you can be given all sorts of opportunities because he really is such an attacking player. If they're not going in, like so many other players, you do get good chances against them.
Well, while there's a little lull in play, I think it's worth saying there has been a tournament out in Bulgaria, the WSF, and the latest one to conclude was the World Under-21 final, and we've got a new professional snooker player on tour at the start of next season, and another Ukrainian 17-year-old Michael Larkov. He's defeated Wang Jingbo in the final of that WSF World Under-21, so amazing to see another Ukrainian player, of course, joining Yulian Boyko. Snooker really is developing very, very nicely in Europe. Lots of talented players, so a new professional player on the circuit from next season. Great to see.
Pink ball. Seven. Fourteen.
I'm sure Zhang Anda's well aware that if he can win this frame to take a 2-0 lead, then Jack Lisowski might start to go for everything. Seems in that sort of frame of mind at the moment, Jack Lisowski. Play still going on over on the other table in the very first frame there. Schuster has just potted the yellow though, and he's just potted the green, so he's now 25 ahead on the brown, so looks very likely as though he'll take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, and in some ways I kind of hope that Lisowski doesn't just play that carefree style of snooker for the remainder of this match, because it could be his downfall in this group. He's by no means safe. Yes, he's won his first 2 matches and he's currently at the top of the table, but that can change very quickly. And I would hate for him to look back at the conclusion of play tomorrow
35.
and see this as where it all went wrong. So it's absolutely worth staying alert out there, keeping your discipline.
Well, yeah, because, you know, as I said, it's his last match of the day, so you may as well, you know, put everything into it. I wouldn't say he loses interest, Jack Lisowski. I think he just becomes a little disheartened when he misses a number of long pots, but so far he just, you know, he seems to lose a bit of interest and belief.
43.
Well, any harder and that red may have stayed out, but it just about wiped its feet. Now perfectly placed to take this second frame and double his lead. Just a series of little stuns and screws, it would seem, just keeping everything nice and simple. This has been much more clinical from Zhang Anda. He himself made a few glaring errors in the first frame, I think it's fair to say, but he seems to have dispelled them quite quickly, and goes back to what I mentioned, the fact that he won the frame in the end. It's always a lot easier to erase those mistakes from memory. Jack not quite able to do the same just yet.
And of course, Stephen, you've already mentioned that the only win that Zhang Anda has had against Jack Lisowski was just a couple of days ago in the previous group. So he's obviously got some recent form to take with him into this match against Jack Lisowski again.
Like buses, aren't they, Dom? Wins for Zhang Anda against Jack Lisowski. You wait a long time for one and then two come along at once.
Or three in Stroud.
7-3.
And when you win your opening frame and you're given another chance, your focus and your concentration are pretty much automatic then.
7-8.
But if you're in Jack's position, you've lost the first frame and you're struggling a little bit, it's much harder to achieve that focus and the concentration and get into that zone, as sports people always tell you about.
H2. H7.
So pink and black for a century, which will be career century number 175. It's a formality, but I think I heard the pink disappear onto the floor somewhere. And in goes the black. Well, that was a very competent performance from Zhang Anda. Does a bit of housekeeping there, picking up the pink for our referee. So he's doubled his lead and is now just one frame away from victory at 2-0. So I mentioned that Zhu Se managed to win quite lengthy frame one. Jack Jones began the better in that first frame, but ended up losing it. But he is in again here at the beginning of the second frame. Jack Jones, of course, famously runner-up to Kyron Wilson in the 2024 World Championships. Did incredibly well because he was a long way behind for most of the final. Just lost by 4 frames in the end.
6.
He's having a steady season. He's 32nd on the 1-year points. Made his first and only competitive 147 break here at the Championship League about a year ago. His official ranking is 19. Cwmbran in South Wales. One of the most
12.
Steady players you'll ever come across.
13.
So Jack Jones going along nicely there over on table 2. But here on table 1 it's Jack Lisowski breaking off. 2-0 behind. Wonder how he's going to play this frame, Stephen.
Well, I can't imagine it'd be any different to how he's played the first 2 frames. He's always going to go for his shots, isn't he, Jack? We know that by now. And it's just a question as to whether or not they're going to go in. Oh, how well has he struck that. Deserves a little bump off the middle pocket and gets it. What a strike that was from Zhang Anda.
And what a beautiful sound it made when it hit the back of the pocket, but just as good as that pot was, a ricochet from the top drawer of the middle pocket was perfect from Zhang Anda's point of view.
6.
And that's the trouble with snooker. We're looking at how Jack may approach the rest of this match, and actually he may have no involvement in it because you can't do anything from your seat, so Zhang Anda will be looking to keep him there and gets a good chance off such a brilliant opening red.
14.
It's a disadvantage, isn't it, these days, Stephen, to break off. You know, you're almost certain to leave a pot on of some sort somewhere.
Absolutely, and it's part of the reason why I and a lot of other professionals, that when the referee, does the coin toss at the start of a game, if I win it, I would always put my opponent into break first, mainly for the fact that if it does go the distance, the match, they break off in the decider and you potentially get the first opportunity. So frequently you see that red left.
I know things are different here at the Championship League because there are no ranking points at stake, so a little bit of the pressure is off. But the standard of play, for instance, yesterday was just so high. Wouldn't it be an interesting rule if one to be made, whereby if you won the frame, you could decide whether you wanted to break off for the next frame or whether you wanted to put your opponent in? Played that very nicely. Parallel to the black gives him the angle now to cannon into a few reds and bring a few into play. Oh, he just caught the wrong side of them, didn't he?
Yeah, he had to see the cue ball go right side of those reds on impact there. That would have just threaded it through a nice little gap and would have surely been on red's nice to right corner. He's just about on this red to middle, albeit awkward cueing. But he's played that particularly well. Okay, the cue ball has just finished up a little awkward for this black, but a very good pot. Now, is he able to nip into this cue ball and make any contact to the reds in potting the black? Oh, with ease. That's a really nice shot that he's just played there.
He's playing with confidence now, Zhang Anda. Sure, Jack Lisowski fearing the worst now. 5 or 6 more pots required to win the match very comfortably by 3 frames to 0. And then he'll be in a similar position to Jack Lisowski.
54.
In terms of the table.
55.
This is also Zhang Anda's 3rd match that he's played to date. And should he go on to win this match, he too, like Jack Lisowski, will have won 2 matches from 3. Made exactly 100 in the previous frame. Could equal that feat here with a 2nd century.
And if anything, they're just using those reds as a stopper for the cue ball. Slightly low on that black, but it was a blessing in disguise, really. And this has been such a nice, tidy break from Zhang Anda off such a good opening red.
78.
Let's not forget as well that each group carries a high break prize of £500, and Zhang Anda possibly on for a big one here.
Six. Stop.
Yes, possible total clearance of 144 on here. That really would take some beating. I know we had 3 maximums in the previous group, but we've only had a couple of centuries today here. Seems to be a problem with that pocket. I wonder if it's damaged. Lisowski's come forward to help.
101.
Yeah, it was Zhang Anda's initial red to get in. He hit it that hard. Oh, what a shame. The break ends on 101.
Yeah, shame, but it was another century break, 2 in a row from Zhang Anda, and he comfortably beats Jack Lisowski by 3 frames to nil. They look at each other's cues. We still have one more match to be played here, as Jack Lisowski attempts to pot a couple of balls with Zhang Anda's cue. Yeah, so the match coming up in approximately 5 minutes, and Philip Yates and Stephen Hallworth will take you through it. Will feature Jimmy Robertson in action against Welshman Ryan Day. So please stay with us. Play will continue in approximately 5 minutes.
It's Joshua Filler with an absolute dominating win. Moritz Neuhausen is your new Premier League pool winner.
Elisha Schaap makes the ultimate statement. What a journey Paulo Biondo he's made to the pinnacle of a sport. Elisha Schaap has completed a terrific transatlantic double.
He didn't want to jump on the table in Florida, but he can't resist this time. Aloysius, you are a superstar.
The breakthrough has come for Piers Lamutus. Team Asia, they've won the Reyes Cup again.
David Alcade, it's your turn again, buddy.
Can you believe it? An absolute nightmare for Tyler Steyer. Europe have won the Mosconi Cup.
I'm Barry Hearn, president of Matchroom Sport.
Talk to me. I'm Eddie Hearn, the chairman of Matchroom Sport.
My son and heir, I call him my project. He's good, but he's not yet great. I'm fucking watching you.
are the biggest sports promotional company in the world.
Matchroom started as a £100 company and now worth north of £1 billion.
Look at what the old man has done. I never wanted to work for my dad, but you have to play the hand you're dealt.
Eddie, he has ego. It's a weakness, and I won't give up control until I'm sure he's ready.
Boxing is an important element of the revenue stream, but only an element. We've got the greatest snooker player to ever play the game.
The biggest profit earner is darts.
There's no business that has the drama.
If I found out you knew about it, you're done.
The ego. Jesus Christ. What is that? The aggravation.
Oh, shit! You need fair judges next time.
The most important thing for my dad is winning. The world's come crashing down on us. I mean, what's going to make you feel better?
Please, could I get a packet of pickled onion Monster Munch?
We need to talk about Conor Benn. We need to get him back in a ring.
Yeah!
I ain't getting on with Jake Paul.
He's taken a number of shots at me.
Come talk! Come talk! Come talk!
And I ain't going to back down.
Show me what you've got.
I'm going to make our company
bigger and better
than ever.
Let's go!
Global domination.
Nothing less.
I still don't understand why the shirt's off.
Welcome back to the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, where Group 6 was Century Central. Group 7 is 3-0 Central. 4 consecutive 3-0s on Table 1. The latest, Zhang Anda making a couple of centuries to complete a 3-0 win over Jack Lisowski. And that's why Zhang has replaced Lisowski at the top of a very tight table. Look at this. They've got 2 points each. The rest have got 1 point. It's really tightened up this evening, and this entire group is so tight. All of the issues yet to be determined. We're a lengthy way off from being able to say who will take part in the semi-final playoffs tomorrow. Every match of big importance, and that applies to our last match of the day here on Table 1. It is a pair of veterans from the United Kingdom. Welshman Ryan Day up against Jimmy Robertson. Day boosted, encouraged by that 3-0 win over Leicester fan to start the session. That said, though, he's not feeling too well. I was chatting with Ryan between matches, and he was saying that he's got quite a bad headache and he feels a little nauseous. So he was surprised he played as well as he did against Leigh.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, actually, because he was quite below par, shall we say, for his opening match of the day, Ryan Day, against Jack Lisowski on this table, and then his next match against Jack Jones as well. There was a lot of easy balls missed, and you could see him in his seat, the body language, his concentration. He looked very dejected. So if he's struggling a little bit with illness, that would make sense.
This is their third meeting in the Championship League. Day has won the previous 2, both by a score of 3-1. Most recently in 2023. Made a couple of centuries in that match. He would love a repeat, would Day? The cue ball so close to going in off. Robertson apologised because now it's worked out a treat for him.
Yeah, I mean, every bit of that shot from Jimmy Robertson was bad, apart from the result. not only did he open the reds up, Jimmy Robertson, he caught them much too thin. The cue ball, had it not have caught the knuckle of the middle pocket, it would have definitely left Ryan an easy starter. So he was quite fortunate there, but I suppose in the same breath, Ryan has been with his shot to not leave anything easy anyway.
I think in many respects these two are quite similar. Obviously Day has spent a lot more time in the top 16 than Robertson, but one thing that they have in common, when they play well, they're very good indeed, but when they're off, there's lots of weaknesses, lots of mistakes. Over on table 2, by the way, Zhu Se now 2-0 up on Jack Jones. 59 break from Zhu in the second frame. So things have fallen apart a little for Jones. Started off the session with breaks of 104 and 97 to lead Jimmy Robertson 2-0. He lost that match 3-2, and now he's in a deep hole against Zhu Se.
Well, Ryan's got absolute control of this table at the moment. He's holding all the cards in terms of the safety plate. Jimmy Robertson's shot a few moments ago was a bit of a head scratcher because he basically just invited Ryan to take control of this frame. Played a bit of a nothing shot really, and now his only response is to just try and contain things, which, in all fairness, he's doing a pretty good job of so far, but Ryan once again will be searching for in behind the brown.
Well, that's a more than acceptable outcome from there. Just thinking, you know, Stephen, your name and that of Jimmy Robertson is on the same trophy, the English Amateur Championship trophy. Stephen won it in 2024, Robertson 2009.
Yeah, he beat David Craggs, didn't he? Craggsy. What a character. Still see him, actually. As recently as Blackpool, he was at the shootout, was David Craggs.
When I hear his name, I always think of a former footballer from Middlesbrough, John Craggs, whose name was absolutely fitted to him the way he played. Yeah, the English Amateur Championship is a fine event. I think it's the oldest event in snooker. It began in, I believe, 1916. It certainly predated the World Professional Championship by over a decade. Yeah, 1916 the first year.
Yeah, do you know what? It was a really proud moment actually to get my hands on that trophy, because I never really appreciated just how big of an event it was until I actually looked at the names that were engraved on the trophy. So yeah, really proud to be a part of that historic event that, as you say, is the longest running snooker tournament in history.
Yeah, several world champions on there. Ray Reardon won it in 1964. John Spencer 2 years later. Terry Griffiths back-to-back in 77, 78. The great Jimmy White won it in 79. Stuart Bingham 96. And you might think, well, hold on a minute, Terry Griffiths and Ray Reardon were Welsh, and indeed they were, but anyone from the UK was allowed to enter the English.
Well, way back when, there was a lot more nationalities on the trophy, wasn't there? It wasn't just British people and people from the United Kingdom. I believe there's Canadian names on there. Is there South African names as well? So if I'm correct in saying, at one point it basically acted as the World Championship when the war was on. I'm pretty sure Dave was telling me something along those lines.
Well, remarkably, considering the small footprint of the game, an American name is there, Harry Lukens, who won the event in 1918.
25.
Anyway, back in 2026, Jimmy Robertson has got a good chance. Finds himself on 26 points and nicely in amongst the balls. Okay, black is out of commission, but he's got pink and blue to work off, and the reds are nicely spread, so looking to try and inflict what would be more pain to Ryan's Day. We've mentioned that 3-0 win that he had over Leicester Fan. Jimmy Robertson, well, I was just about to say, must be beaming with confidence off the back of his last result in this group. 2-0 down to Jack Jones, 1-3-2. But goodness me, what a red that he's just missed there to left corner. That is unforgivable.
Yes, you mentioned the 3-2 defeat for Jones against Robertson after Jones led 2-0, but maybe he's going to engage in role reversal in his next match, Jones. Now 2-1 down to Zouser, having won the third frame with the highest break of the group so far, 131. So an early target for the £500 highest break prize. I doubt if 131 will stick, but you never know.
Yeah, it seems that only a maximum break at the minute will suffice. The amount that have been rolling in this year's Championship League. 5 147 breaks we've had. That is quite incredible. And of course, in the previous match, Zhang Anda had a glorious opportunity for a 144, missed a pretty routine red to middle, so he may be regretting that miss come the end of play tomorrow. We'll soon find out.
I thought in the first frame of the evening against Leipzig fan, Ryan Day looked entirely at sea. But Lay made a few mistakes himself. Ryan Day got his hand on the table, got the cue arm going. And if he could possibly win this match as well, come back tomorrow feeling better, still cause for optimism. Straight on the blue there though, so leaving more distance on this red than he would have liked.
Yeah, and it's not a shot you really want to be playing. This needs cueing well. Just about got the red and just about crept up for the pink, so chance to keep this break going. Just wonder if he'll nip into the cue ball, play into the reds here, just to take the pace out of the white. Yeah, nicely done. Just cushion that cue ball in. Perfect on the reds.
I mentioned how they fared in the Championship League against each other. In tournaments outside of this, it's 1-1. Not many meetings considering how many years of professional experience they've had. Robertson beat Day in the Ruhr Open in Germany, small event in 2014. Day beat him 4-1 in the last 32 of the British Open in 2022 and went on to lift the silverware. Didn't want that cue ball to stick on the red.
Yeah, doesn't really want to be playing this long blue to the right corner pocket, so it might be take your medicine time now, Ryan. Try and get cover on the reds with the big target behind yellow and green.
That was nowhere near. It's worked out luckily. Well, brown and black going close together like that might not be a bad thing for Day. He could possibly win this frame without needing the brown. Robertson definitely will require it.
Well, he may have left this red. I think both players had a good look. It's by no means straightforward. This is very awkward if he can see the pot. No, clearly couldn't, but he was able to pot it cushion first. What a shot that is. I'll tell you what, that really was a good shot, because look at how far the red is away from the pocket. That had to be caught to perfection. Oh, but he's missed the green.
So 17 in front, Ryan Day. And that is really significant, because if he pots red, pink, yellow, Jimmy Robertson will need a snooker. So one snooker needed. I think if he knocks in the green, that is pretty much that.
But that was always the concern for me. The cue ball was always chipping the brown off the cushion, and there's every chance that Jimmy Robertson can play his way back into this frame now. Just the one snooker needed. Had to pot the green because it was over the corner pocket. Now, decision time. I think there's value in leaving the brown on the table here, because in potting it, it'd be removing a ball from the table, and with it, the option to snooker in behind another.
Yeah, the position of the black doing Robertson no favours, but the blue and pink on their spots down the spine of the table, that offers the possibility of cover.
Yeah, and at any given opportunity now, Ryan Day will just be looking to push balls in or over. Try and force Jimmy Robertson into knocking them in.
Been a scrappy old frame, this rather unattractive, but it won't concern Day if he can put the lid on things.
Now, especially knowing it's another £100 in the kitty.
Yeah, I was saying he didn't feel too well earlier, to such an extent, after his first two matches. On table one, he went back to the hotel and had a lie down. He felt so poorly. Well, at least the in-off was avoided, but another chance for Day to put the topper on the frame. Chance taken. So, following a pretty barren first session for Ryan Day, things have radically improved in the second session. That's 4 consecutive frames he's won, and he leads Jimmy Robertson 1-0. It's been good stuff on table 2, which might go the distance. Jack Jones 2-0 down to Zhu Se, but he's got a reasonable 16-point lead in the 4th frame after making a big century in the 3rd.
Well, that's such a horrible shot to have. Probably one of the most awkward shots in snooker, when you landed very close to the object ball, and not only that, you're having to cut it back into what is a completely blind pocket, fully relying on your line.
And the shot that Jones has just missed, Stephen, time and again you see it overcut, very rarely undercut.
Yeah, you always tend to overcompensate the angle. Just seems to be the way.
These frames, these matches on the first evening of a group, sometimes it's difficult to comprehend how important they are when everything is tallied up at the end.
Yeah, and having just lost his previous match, Jack Jones, from 2-0 in front, he'll be absolutely desperate to get this point on the board. But of course found himself 2-0 behind in this match, so he's the one that's fighting to stay involved.
I must admit, based on how he played in Group 6, he got to the semi-finals and made half a dozen century breaks. I fancied Jack Jones to win this group, actually. Still could, of course. Early days, but another defeat would be a setback. And that was a setback from Zhu Se. No pot, and thankfully for him, no position. As soon as that frame is over, we'll let you know whether it's a decider or a Zhu Se victory. Stephen, adding to the significance of every single frame, it seems, just how tight this group table is.
Yeah, of course, in the last couple of groups gone by, we've seen a dominant force at the top of the table having won the majority, if not all, of their group matches. But it doesn't feel like this is going to be the case with this group, and quite often you see players all beating one another, so it kind of cancels the results out and it gets all a little bit fiddly by close of play tomorrow. That's why every frame counts, because realistically it could come down to it.
Yeah, if Zhu Se can beat Jack Jones and then, in the last match on table 2 this evening, overcome Lei Pei Fan, he will top the table going into tomorrow. Robertson trudges away in disgust at that ineffective safety. A game of fractions is snooker. A slightly thinner kiss on that red would have been manna from heaven. Not too bad as it is, but he has to go into balk and out again.
As a player, you can quite often gauge an idea as to how a frame is about to unfold very early on, just by looking at the black. And I think every player will have noticed this throughout their time playing. The black going safe early on often suggests that it's going to be a scrappy frame. And as well, one of the first things you look for off your break off, there usually is a red that tracks down to the top cushion and then hopefully back into the pack. But on the days when things maybe aren't going quite so well, that lone red can stop by the black and tie it up immediately, and that's often another tell sign.
Well, coaches up and down the UK, all around the world, will be watching that saying, that broke every rule. He was just leaning over far too much. As simple as that, wasn't it? Stretching to the max. Past the max. Can confirm Jack Jones back on level terms against Zeuser. 2-2. Big decider coming up.
Well, as is always the case, the first few shots of this break were of big importance for Ryan Day. It's always that little bit more difficult when you've made a few mistakes yourself, but you're also watching your opponent make many. It's trying to get out of that cycle of it becoming contagious and just resetting, focusing back on what you need to do. Forget what's going on around you and just concentrate on that ball in front of you. And all while that's going on, playing your way back into your own rhythm.
1-2.
This is the Ryan Day wheelhouse. Scoring, building breaks. Very good at it. Not far from being a member of the 500 Century Break Club, and if you're in that, that stamps your snooker identity card as skilled.
2-1.
Yeah, and from what we've seen so far in this match, Jimmy Robertson has provided us with no evidence that he's really going to make any sort of impression on this game yet. It feels like Ryan Day is just sort of picking up the pieces from the vast amount of errors that have come from Jimmy. Oh, but that is a vast error from... Oh, is it? Oh, my word. How has the black gone in there?
Well, even the contact on the yellow. Maybe there's a little bit of transferred side or whatever. What a fluke. What a fluke, Ryan. We've seen a few this week, Stephen. I think that might be the pick of the bunch.
Yeah, and going back to the point we made earlier, Phil, about flukes not counting, can you imagine that? What a time for that black to find its way up there, because Ryan Day was going along nicely and
62.
All of a sudden another missed black off the spot. How must Jimmy Robertson be feeling?
Well, the break goes to 63. The red he's just spotted was frame ball. Would like this black in one more red at least to make doubly sure. A missed black off its spot, but leading by 77 with 59 on. Day knew he was okay. Very fortunate to keep that break going, though, wasn't he, with that outrageous fluke. Ryan Day leads 2-0. The decider just underway between Zusa and Jack Jones on table 2, which you can watch, by the way, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. When all is said and done, this frame could be so pivotal.
Well, Jack Jones seemed to be lining himself up for this long red. And in the end, he got nowhere near it. Tough pot from where he was, slap bang underneath the baulk cushion. Cue ball travelling pretty much the furthest distance it can on a snooker table, corner to corner.
Yeah, if you're watching this in the USA, a little bit like travelling from Seattle to Miami. What would it be in the UK? Aberdeen to Truro?
Liverpool to Brighton?
Yeah, I can see it. Less extreme. Two sporting events going on at the Mattioli Arena this evening. It will soon be the the tip-off for the latest home game for the Leicester Riders, one of the best basketball teams in the UK. They're playing in the other hall tonight. Oh, and now after that, it could be a slam dunk finish for Ryan Day. If you win, it's not a three-pointer, it's a one-pointer, but it could be a massive point for him. What a faux pas from Robertson. This match has been a nightmare for him, Stephen.
Yeah, an absolute nightmare. That is an understatement.
Oh.
Oh, Ryan Day has had an absolute mare himself. What an opportunity he's just lost there. To foul the red.
Well, he's known for having the biggest hands on the tour, isn't he, Ryan? There they were, just a little too big.
Well, it was the cue.
Jimmy Robertson 4.
As he's delivered the cue, bridging over the top of that red, as he's gone through to strike the white, he must have just dipped a bit on delivery because it was the cue that caught the red. Well, Jimmy Robertson needed a lifeline. He needed a miracle. He might have received one, but can he take his chance? Can he get back involved in this game?
6.
Well, the error that Day has just committed, that's the kind of mistake that can get in a player's head and start to rankle. Good performance here in the group would be beneficial for Robertson because he is involved in the German Masters next week. He overcame Artem Zhuzhin 5-2 and Jackson Page 5-0 to make it to Berlin, where he takes on the winner of Mark Williams or Sanderson Lamb in the last 32.
20.
He didn't earn enough points to make the World Grand Prix in Hong Kong the following week, but he will be taking part in the Welsh Open at the end of February against, in the first round, a tough match with Stan Moody.
Had to really power that. That just felt like it was a big shot for Jimmy Robertson. If he was 2-0 up and cruising, you fancy him all day long for that, but it was the brave way to play it. It was the correct way to play it. Fully committing to the red, playing the holding cannon for the black, but ultimately it just proved a little too much.
And the red he missed went back towards another red, and I think
yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? And actually, Ryan looks to have placed his cue ball exactly where you'd want it to be. He's able to not only control the plant, but control the white back for the black as well, you would feel.
Latest from table 2, the decider isn't over, but Zouser leads 71-0 with 5 reds left. Jack Jones needs a snooker.
On that type of shot, judged it fairly well. And played the percentage shot there also in splitting the quartet of reds beneath the pink, knowing that this red was over the left corner pocket. Quick little glance at the scoreboard there, Ryan, and it was wise to do so because these 6 reds with blacks will be enough points-wise to see him over the line in this frame. He won't need that red on the left side cushion. So worth not venturing too far.
Third.
Yeah, snooker players are a little bit like darts maestros.
31.
They're mathematics when it comes to snooker. Instantaneous almost.
Yeah, and it's the right thing to do in a situation like this, isn't it? Just analyse the table, see where the problem balls are. Ryan knows that that one safe red is by that left side cushion. Can he win the frame without it? If the answer's yes, then keep your focus high to make sure that you stay on the high value colours.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be exclusively blacks. But that's what he continues to focus on.
Yeah, he can afford a couple of pinks, he can afford a blue, it doesn't really matter now. Oh, but once again, okay, that time he was playing with a little touch of running side spin on the cue ball, but how many blacks off the spot has Ryan Day missed today? He tried to steer that one in, didn't he? Bit of movement on delivery. So all of a sudden now that's that safe red by the left side cushion. It does come into play. Jimmy Robertson has got a great chance now to dislodge it from this red.
Yes, and after spurning not one but 2 gilt-edged chances to get across the line here at 3-0, if Day were to lose this frame, you could see him losing the whole match. Has the red travelled far enough? I think it has. Just about.
Well, I tell you what, I'm not sure he'd be best pleased with where that cue ball's come to rest. I think there's a fair bit of this jaw poking out. He wanted to be right in behind that red ideally. Sometimes it can be quite deceiving on screen, but it's very thin, this red now. Yeah, good pot actually.
14.
Well played and perfect on the pink.
Two in front, Jimmy Robertson, so yellow to blue will do. With the extension on the back of the cue there, not the easiest shot to judge. He actually judged it very well indeed. He was staring down the barrel, looked like losing 3-0. Is it possible he could win consecutive matches? 3-2 from 2-0 down. Well, I would say yes, very much so. Ryan Day, only himself to blame. These players crave just one chance to clinch a match. Day had two, and he didn't take either. So this is the situation on table 2. Zhu Se, scoreboard-wise, looking very promising. He's 39 ahead with 35 on, but this is a really tricky snooker, Stephen.
Yeah, how do you like this one? He may can swerve around the yellow, but he's going incredibly close to that black ball near this top cushion. And worse yet for Zhu Se, the pace of which he had to play that shot. If he misses the red, he's going to leave a free ball. So he's in massive trouble. Now, ideally, when you come to the table in this sort of situation, you're looking at a way that you can maybe escape the snooker, but play it in such a way that if you do miss it, obviously you don't want to leave the free ball. But the problem that Zhu Se has got here is if he plays it that way, it'll be guaranteed to leave Jack Jones another glorious chance to lay another good snooker.
At his high point in this frame, Zhu Se led by 71 points to 0.
Well, he's made a great attempt here. That is a superb escape from Zhu Se. Fraught with danger, as I said, because if he misses the red, he leaves the free ball.
Jones needs only one snooker, providing he pots the black off the last red. Any other colour, he would then need 2 or more, so he's done the right thing, I think. He realised that red offered a stone-cold certain black, and now he's pursuing the snooker he needs on the colours.
Yeah, I'd love to just send the yellow past the jaws of the middle pocket, screw in behind the brown. Well, he's caught the jaw. He's okay. Oh, That's another really tough snooker.
Jack Jones, 8.
Again, the yellow ball going closer to another colour is in Jack's advantage.
What a compelling finish to a frame, especially a decider. You can carry on watching that, and indeed the last match of the day, Leipzig Fan against Zhang, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Now though, back to table 1, where Jimmy Robertson, his intent is to force a decider. Stephen, when you've been so close to wrapping up a match win, when you've had 2 glorious chances to do so, when you have to start all over again, it's psychologically difficult.
Yeah, and also that first shot selection from Ryan Day may give us an insight into how he's feeling. How often do you see that red refused from the break-off? I think he's just accepting the fact, Ryan Day, that he may have to scrap to the line here. It could become a dogfight, this match. But that's okay. He won't mind that.
Wanted to get the cue ball back out of the danger zone without making contact with a colour. Didn't do that, Robertson. Now Day, in fairness to him, struck that one really well to hold the white as he did for the pink.
Yeah, and this frame is going to take some solving. The pink spot may be available here. And if it is, that completely takes the pink out of play. The black is also out of play.
7.
Well, that's a big, big help for Ryan Day's cause, that pink going up onto the blue spot. That at least gives him one of the high value colours to work with.
Between them, 46 seasons of professional experience. Now, obviously, that is invaluable, but it's also 46 seasons of scar tissue.
46 long seasons, I can assure you, Phil.
14.
Day's had the better career, been the higher profile player. Robertson's best ranking, 24. Day rose to a high of 6. They're still battling away, by the way, on the other table. And I can tell you, Zouser's lead is now 21 with 25 left. So Jack Jones has got not the only snooker, but 2 of them.
Again, he's an exceptional ball striker, Ryan Day, and that was an example of it. Playing that shot with topspin, very easy to just throw your arm at that. He controlled it to perfection. Great use of the left-hand side spin on the cue ball as well, if anything, to act as acceleration off the second cushion and to find the correct line. Now, what sort of angle has he got to play with this red? Doesn't look to be much. Oh, goodness me, what's happened there?
Well, the foul in the previous frame was bad enough. That was total obliteration.
Well, he was clearly trying to pot the red and screw back and develop the black in the process, but I'm not sure he intended to develop it the way that he did. It's like one of those videos you see on social media when a player just slyly moves a ball with their hand without their opponent seeing. I don't think you'd have got away with that one, Ryan.
Chad Jones got a 3rd snooker on table 2, but to his immense relief, no doubt, Zouser has just spotted green and brown. And frame is over, so Zouser has beaten Jack Jones 3-2. Not one, but 2 Ryan Day clumsy fouls have really helped Robertson's cause in successive frames.
was important that Jimmy played that shot. Okay, it hasn't worked out as he intended, but he needed the pink in play, and that red was hampering it. He's still on this red to right corner, but it's a bit thinner than he would have liked. And the danger now is he has to cut this red back into a blind pocket. Very missable. I was about to say, Phil, and if you're going to see this shot missed, it'll be overcut, but I didn't expect him to overcut it to that extent.
Well, to make such a gross misjudgment and leave the cue ball there. Now Ryan Day's making a salient point here. He's saying that when he played the foul shot, he actually hit the red first, which should be 4 away as opposed to 7 away. And those 3 points at the end of the frame, Stephen, could be vital.
Yeah, I'm in agreement, actually. I do recall it was the red that Ryan hit. And I suppose for the referee it would be a bit of a nightmare to go back and undo all the scoring. Ryan happy to just accept the referee's call there on the 7 points, but yeah, I wonder what sort of impact that may have.
Yeah, it probably won't affect anything, but it could. Not very often you say this, but I think in this match we've seen several occasions where both players have been guilty of embarrassing misses. That wasn't embarrassing, but it was not fit for purpose.
No, and it feels like Ryan's becoming quite desperate to just get this match won, and that can often be a player's downfall as well, just trying too hard to get the result. And actually it's a detriment to Ryan's game at the moment, because he doesn't seem to be hitting any shots correctly. Isn't it amazing how quickly a match can turn around? I even said I couldn't see a way in which Jimmy Robertson made an impression in this match the way that this match started, but all of a sudden he looks like the man in front.
Yeah, in my mind he's favourite. When you've squandered 2 golden chances to win 3-0 in these kind of matches, it's always difficult to get back in the saddle and finish them off.
Well, that was quite a weak positional shot, that, from Jimmy Robertson, under no pressure there to get straight on this red to make playing for the black straightforward. He has to send his cue ball up the table now for no reason really. He was just able to nip into it and hold for the pink, so managed to save that little situation and should really win the frame and take us the distance. Can he win his second match in a row from 2-0 down?
Well, maybe we've just seen why in the previous frame he was stretching ridiculously for a red. Don't think he's too enamoured with the pink, using the rest. Don't think he's too enamoured with the rest in general.
Yeah, Ryan really needs to have a word with himself, because this is a great chance now to get this match won. And how many chances are going to keep coming his way? He can't keep making the mistakes he has. So just reset and go again.
How did that drop in? Day has been given a reprieve by the pocket.
Yeah, I'm not even sure Ryan thought it was in when he struck it. He sort of gave it the shoulder, didn't he, as it was heading towards the pocket. Not sure the shoulder made much of a difference, but dearie me, that pocket absolutely gobbled that red in. He missed that red.
Well, here you're looking around for reasons why Day can't clear up. One of them, he is nervous. There's no doubt he's under pressure. When it comes to the position of the balls, the most likely problem would be green to brown. Green in itself, because although it's close to the pocket, it's not a certainty near the ball cushion.
23.
Blue's off its spot as well. But are we clutching at straws?
Yeah, and actually we've had enough feedback in this game to believe that anything is missable in this game. Both players going through it out there, there's no doubt about it.
30.
But that'll all be forgotten from Ryan's perspective if he can just hold himself together for these final few balls. And really, from how his day started, he'll take the finish if he wins this match now.
32.
The break goes to 35. Day in front by a single point. So he needs brown, blue and pink. Cue ball close to the side cushion. Couldn't be closer, in fact. This is a twitcher. Very well done. So it's all about the pink. I'd like to say I'm surprised, but I'm not. Just had a feeling.
Yeah, I didn't fancy him one bit for that, Ryan. Just felt like there was going to be a bit of movement on that one, and there was. It was by no means a gimme.
6.
And that's a fantastic pot from Jimmy Robertson, all things considered. Now, can he slot this back away and take us the distance? Oh, and that is an absolute tell sign as to how he's feeling. He did not fancy that black one bit, Jimmy Robertson. Look at how he's played it. He's effectively played a safety shot there and hoping to pot the black.
What a match. We've seen so much quality, ridiculously high standard snooker over the last few days here. That was the reverse. That was raw nerves from both players. Jimmy Robertson missing the pink and the black with the rest. And Ryan Day so happy, despite mistakes of his own, to get over the line at 3-1. So this is how it stands. Ryan Day, yes, he's played 4 matches, but having lost his first 2, he's done well to get to 2 points. Also there, Zhang Anda, Jack Lisowski and Zhu Se. Jack Jones, Jimmy Robertson and Leipei Fan not out of this by any means because they're on 1. It's all to play for tomorrow. And don't forget, there's one more match on table 2 right now over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. And if Zhu Se were to win that against Leipei Fan, he would be the table topper overnight. This is the bill of fare tomorrow. We start off at 11 o'clock local time here in Leicester. Jack Lisowski up against Zhu Se on table 2. As for the table 1 action, well, it commences with Zhang Anda against Ryan Day. Hope to have your company then for what is the final day of the regulation phase of the BetVictor Championship League Snooker, at the end of which we'll know all 7 players in next month's winners group. For now, though, from Leicester, it's a very good evening.
Forty. 41. 48.
49. $56. 57. 64. 65. 72. 74. 77. 81. 86. 92. 99 in the frame, should see. Second frame, will be fun to break. Following this, should see 4.
Don't miss. C4. One. C1. One. Six. Seven. Twelve. $13. 16. $17. $21. Leipzig 21.